question. I don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
What? Put your gun back. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Right now.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm staying in the race.
Winter is coming.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Follow the ridgeway.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Illegal. What now?
A fucking bitch.
That's hot.
Science.
Oh,
it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
I see that you know your judo.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This is full of Pepe.
Well, hello there. Good to see you again. Looks like the weekend's coming to a close. Still plenty to talk about. Things keep happening on planet Earth. So I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. It's time for us to take a little journey through that abyss. Alright. Mo and Noah, Aaron W, and Soul Life in 1, 2, 3. YouTube chat. PB of Closeforth. Normal by nature. Disco Golf. Christopher DeBlante. Del Sol Verde. Winston Sayer. And Bob Carmody. I think that's everybody. Alright, chat. Well, it's Sunday Funday, so I suppose it is somewhat incumbent upon us to at least attempt to have some fun here today. And you know what? It's sometimes easier to have fun when you're a little less stressed. So let's go here to CBS, New York. See how New Yorkers are coping with stress post-election and this sort of crevice we find ourselves in.
It starts with an S and ends with an S. Stress. How are New Yorkers coping with it? They're weighing in on your point. Would you say we're living in stressful times right now?
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Of course it's stressful times.
Not as stressful as those times when I was drafted in 1969.
Oh,
those are
we gotta go
stressful
back
times.
to the 60s, huh?
Are you kidding me? Is that a question?
Yeah. It's a question.
Yes.
Why? I just get paid to ask the question.
I just get
Why are we living in
the
stressful
questions.
times? The uncertainty. The economy, wars around the world.
I see your skepticism. Just paid to ask the questions. I can't answer them too.
Regime.
I feel like a lot of people are confused and conflicted about their intentions.
Because of what's happening in politics between the Republicans and the Democrats. They don't listen to each other.
And there's a lot of unknowns.
What stresses you out?
Money, definitely.
Politics, and then regular stuff like school.
Watching the news.
Sure.
Just the economy.
All of those
Worrying
things.
about the environment.
That
because
too.
I feel like Trump is going to change some of the, roll back some of the things.
Oh yeah.
Climate change.
No, we're gonna talk about that later.
International affairs, feeling like healthcare is unstable.
So
I
true.
worry about my grandkids.
So much.
Stresses me out because
So many wise
don't
people on
seem
the
to
street.
care anymore. We don't have, they talk
Yeah,
about
they don't care.
democracy. Decency is very important.
How do you relax or unwind?
Great question.
Make music and stuff.
I read, I go to films.
I get together with friends.
I do art, I read,
Try not to think about this and try and not read the news.
exercise, hang out with friends.
I feel like the one thing everybody's not saying that they're thinking is smoke some weed.
Walk. A lot.
Stay away from all these little electronic gadgets.
I read a lot. I walk a lot.
How many steps do you do a day?
About 12 to 14,000.
Good for you.
14,000
Good for you.
steps.
So do you think you get? So let me ask you something. So you think you get to do it enough?
Well, I make time for it. I make sure I do. I need it. It's my therapy.
So what do you think needs to happen for people to be able to relax more and unwind more?
Live for the moment.
They have to look at things from a different perspective, I think.
Just have a more open mind when it comes to talking and communicating with people.
I think people have to get out and socialize and listen to each other. I think that's very important.
I think we need to feel like we
good point.
have more
All right, everybody in chat, let's all get together, do a group hug. Need to socialize.
stability in life overall. If those basic needs aren't being met, if we're not feeling like things are stable, it's tough to feel like you can go and relax somewhere.
Well, hopefully everybody here will be able to relax slightly more than usual at this particular stream, as I'm going to try and bring that fun. Try and bring that slightly bit more of relaxation than we usually are subjected to on these streams, as we all know. Just how difficult they can be sometimes, but we're going to try. We're going to try. And you know, this is going to be one of the themes that we're going to be talking about here, that being AI during this chat, or during this during this stream here. This is from the Today Show YouTube channel. Coca-Cola ad generated by AI, now generating criticism online.
One of the most iconic brands ringing in the holiday season. But take a closer look at the new Coca-Cola commercial and you might notice that it was made with artificial intelligence. Social media certainly caught whiff.
It shows how lifeless that Christmas commercial is.
It was supposed to be a reimagination of the iconic Holidays Are Coming campaign from 1995. But nearly 30 years later, the beverage behemoth now facing backlash for taking the real
I don't know, those monkeys are pretty cute.
Cheer out of the holidays.
Coca-Cola just put out an ad and ruined Christmas and their entire
ruined Christmas, that's it. Christmas is over.
Creepy holiday.
Wrap it up, people.
Coca-Cola's just the latest company to serve generative AI to its consumers. In June, Toys R Us teamed up with OpenAI's Sora to produce this commercial, saying the program allowed the company to tell this incredible story with
Like, I mean, it's clearly problematic to some degree. I mean, it's putting a certain group of people out of a job, right? Instead, they were just like, can this one person put together what used to take, I'm trying to think, with a commercial like this, that many actors and things like that? I mean, my God, dozens of people. Get your kid to go on Photoshop and get some AI going. It's weed, not Spicolis. What are you telling me that this is not Paisanos? As a Paisanos girl, I take huge offense to that.
Speed and efficiency, but the reaction?
It all just felt really creepy.
Why do you think companies are just toying around so much with AI in this?
By the way, if you haven't seen that, I do give you permission to leave the stream and search SNL Paisanos.
Well, it's a push for marketing efficiency, right? How do we create more with less? I mean, that's sort of, business 101.
Behind the scenes, companies are ramping up AI use too. Yum Brands, the parent company behind Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC, has reportedly started testing promotional emails written by AI. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, Yum exec Joe Park said it allows the company to engage each customer with the relevant offers at the right time. Park adding the company's early trials have already bumped up engagement and boosted sales. But for Coca-Cola, it's their on-screen choice to generate the holiday spirit with computers.
That's it, people. Wrap it up. No more Christmas. Like that person said. They ruined Christmas, not coming back. Now, I wouldn't go that far. I might have a couple of criticisms, but I wouldn't say it ruined Christmas for me. I think I'm going to get through Christmas as fine as I was going to previously. All right. Well, the holidays are around the corner. They can be a source of stress, but they can also be great. But also, there's some other stuff that goes on with the holidays, that being travel. And if you're planning to travel for Thanksgiving, well, you are joining a massive, perhaps historic-sized group of people.
New this morning, new numbers projecting record travel over the Thanksgiving holiday. Some 80 million Americans will be on the move, including record numbers they think in the air.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks there today in the base. Ginger Conahero-Saab live for us over at SFO this morning. And Ginger, the travel period also extended for the first time this year.
That's right, Marcus and Laura. We're getting in the holiday spirit of things, I guess you can say. Even with the lights behind us here at SFO, they're already red and green. But we are talking about the Thanksgiving travel period. As you mentioned, it's been extended from the Tuesday before Thanksgiving to the Monday after. So that might explain the boost in numbers. But nonetheless, it's looking like a busy time to travel. Around 80 million people projected to travel 50 miles or more this Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 1.7 million people from last year, 2 million more than 2019.
That's a lot. That is quite a lot of people. Probably not good, super good for the planet. Hopefully people are using some sort of I don't know, green airplane. I don't know. Does that exist? I don't think it exists in commercial flights. But yeah. It's a lot of people traveling all at once, so hopefully you're prepared for all of that potential aggravation. Okay. You know what else is coming this holiday season? Movies. That's right. In theaters now. Stuff you might want to see with your eyes and also hear with your ears.
One thing we are thankful for ahead of Thanksgiving is great new movies. According to Fandango's November survey, the most highly anticipated movies of the holiday season are Wicked, Gladiator 2, Moana 2, Nosferatu, lots of twos.
All right, of this group, what would you say you want to watch? It's pretty easy. You can just put a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in chat at this moment. Wicked, Gladiator 2, Moana 2, Nosferatu, or The War of the Rohirrim. I'll give you a moment now.
Climate and everything.
Oops, that's the wrong
are the
thing.
same word.
Nothing you want to see, none of them. 5 from Aaron W. Okay. I think for me, I gotta say, I think it's between Wicked and Nosferatu. If I had to pick. 3, 5, Moana. Moana 2 might be good too. We can see that. I am not super psyched about Gladiator 2. I don't know why. It's because I feel like it's just not going to be as good as the first one. And if it's not as good as the first one, it's going to be disappointing, I feel like. Okay.
The Lord of the Rings, The War of Rohirrim. One of my favorite guests, Eric Davis, joins us now with more. He's a managing editor for Fandango. Eric, let's dig deeper into that survey because 65% of respondents say that they plan on seeing not just Wicked, not just Gladiator, but doing a double header, something that I believe is being dubbed Glicked?
Glicked. Liquidator, like whatever you want.
I mean, it's like the new Barbenheimer. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is this year's Barbenheimer weekend, and it feels right.
Yeah, I don't think you can even attempt to compare this to Barbenheimer. Barbenheimer was a fucking sensation. There's no way this gets the same amount of interest as the Barben. I remember that weekend. It was insane.
I mean, Wicked, I think it's comparable to Barbie. I think you could see Ariana Grande, like Ryan Gosling, with an Oscar nomination. And Gladiator's the big drama, you know? And it's got a lot of high stakes, and it's got a lot of action. So
Okay. Okay. Honestly, though, the movie that I haven't seen yet that is not getting released this Thanksgiving, that was released, I don't know, a few months ago, is still The Apprentice. And I figured to, once again, help us transition, let's go here to Sebastian Stan, who played Donald Trump in The Apprentice.
If you're going to attack art, which is what he did with the film, then that should say something, because if he doesn't want you to see it, then why is that? You should at least ask yourself. But probably because truth hurts.
Ooh,
in terms of art, it's a language. It's a way to communicate with each other. We don't always have the tools and the skills to say the things that we do, but we go to the movies sometimes for the experience, not just learning facts, but the experience. And that's, I think, what's important. If we get rid of that, I think we're going to be in real trouble.
All right, wait, please hold. Please hold, for the love of God. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now let's try this. I've had varying success with being able to watch this channel, but since it's Sunday Funday, I felt like I'd take the plunge, take the risk for the sake of fun. Let's go here to a show we pretty much never watch. Run by a guy you might know named John. Some people might have been, but we here at the Galactic News Network, if you were watching religiously, we definitely covered the monkey story. We did not miss that one. How could we? Nearly 50 monkeys just loose in South Carolina? This is fucked up. Oh boy. Wow. Oh God. He does seem completely sort of bewildered in that moment. I think I was too frustrated to give a shit, but thankfully John Oliver's here to remind us of this. Incredible. I feel like he was amping up to, I mean, even if he did win, to have to claim that he had won the popular vote. Like, I mean, that's what he did for 4 years already. It wasn't like he already knew what the game plan was on that one. And I was like, hey, what? I don't have to pretend that I won the popular vote. What's going on? What? We need you to read the room from across the ocean, okay? All right. Oh boy. It really has been a rough couple of weeks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do we keep going with this? I need a few more minutes of John. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there could be like an alternate name for last week tonight. Doom squawking with Slender.
Walk that back post-election live stream where he got trolled by.
I was actually kind of hoping that would be one of the sort of fringe benefits of all of this, is we'd be down one Michael Cohen, because he really hasn't been very helpful. Not gonna lie. Oh God, it's so good. He's almost as good as Michael Avenatti. They could start a law firm. Michael and Michael. Okay, let's get back to serious things for a little bit instead of just pure entertainment. It might be Sunday Funday, but shit is still going down. We somehow missed this appointment. I don't know how, but we might as well hit this up before we get back to what we were actually doing yesterday. We are going to finish that fucking Tucker Carlson Russ Vought interview. Just because, I don't know, I guess I'm just a glutton for punishment. I don't know, I'm sorry, chat, but it's happening. Before we do any of that, though, a few things to do. First is look at this. If you didn't hear, Trump picked a transportation secretary by the name of Sean Duffy. He's already in government right now.
Hello! Hello!
I'm not mistaken.
Donald Trump has nominated former Wisconsin Representative Sean Duffy as his transportation
former.
secretary. Duffy is a former reality TV star who was one of Trump's...
Sorry. In my mind, he was still in government. I forgot that he is no longer in government. My bad.
Donald Trump has nominated former Wisconsin Representative Sean Duffy as his transportation secretary. Duffy is a former reality TV star who was one of Trump's most visible defenders on cable news. He also served in the House for nearly 9 years. He left Congress in 2019 and is currently the co-host of The Bottom Line on Fox Business. Duffy is the second Fox-affiliated TV host that Trump has named to his cabinet so far. He said Duffy's experience and relationships would help in, quote, ushering in the golden age of travel. If confirmed, Duffy would take over at a time of tremendous change.
Yeah, it'd be great. That's what exactly we need. We need a former reality TV star to take over transportation in this country. I'm sure he'll be able to figure it out, no problems. I love how this. I mean, we got Linda McMahon. It's like this government is going to be filled with TV stars, multimillionaires and billionaires, generally creepy and problematic dudes who have all been either accused of or proven to have done problematic things around women. There's what else is left? Oh, and then just pure theocrats like Russ Vought, who we'll be talking about soon. But yeah. Combination of technocrats and theocrats. Techno-theocracy. But at least it'll be entertaining because we'll have a bunch of TV stars. Although I would keep your drinks sort of, covered at all times. It's gonna be a fun 4 years. Alright, let's go here. Majority Report. Remind you all of, the people that maybe we should at least be blaming. At least if we had to pick in the mainstream media. These two people definitely top of the list.
We have two entries today in the Vichy category. You'll recall how...
Just to be clear, not Sam and Emma. The two people who they're about to talk about in just a moment.
Joe Scarborough was. It's one thing if you vote for Donald Trump in 2016. Okay. It's another if you vote in 2020. But if you vote in 2024, there's no middle ground.
I don't want reality.
Joe Scarborough all the way back, I guess 6 months ago.
That's a long time.
April of
That's a pretty
2024.
long time.
Let's play this clip number 4.
She gets sick and tired of me trying to understand other people and being so pragmatic and trying to be like, how much are you working on? Where can we meet in the middle? La, la, la.
People are so sick of Joe Scarborough being so damn pragmatic. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Other one would be, spineless.
This question, we're past that. You can't meet if they voted for Trump in 16, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
They voted for Trump in 20, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Absolutely.
If they vote for Donald Trump in 2024, and I've said it on my show, I'll say it here, they're knowingly voting for a fascist. They're voting for a racist. They're voting for somebody that wants to put this country 200 years in the back.
Applause. Applause.
I'm trying to figure them out. I'm trying to figure out how we get people out who love democracy, who love freedom, who love the rights of all Americans, how to get them to the voting booth. Because that's how we save our country.
Okay.
Rousing.
That is very inspirational. This is a guy who is going to fight until the very last Well, not till the absolute end. I mean, he's going to fight.
How do you even quantify the end exactly?
This is a guy who's going to fight.
Like, you know, it's like
to the end of the first quarter.
Sort of concept.
Maybe halfway through the first quarter. In fact, here is Joe Scarborough yesterday, completely outraged at the how people could be so close-minded. And it's obviously something that's just happening on social media. This is fascinating.
And I will say also, I just want to say thank you, first of all, to everybody who was so kind last night, but also thank you. Willie, yesterday I saw for the first time what a massive disconnect there was between social media and the real world. Because we were flooded with phone calls from people all day, literally around the world. Very positive, very supportive.
All right, I'm sorry. The real world. The real world that he lives in.
People that watch us and call.
Makes me want to like break out into song, you know, instead of, I don't know if you know the South Park song, Blame Canada, but I feel like changing it up a little bit, like, you know, blame social media. Social media. Just for Joe.
Network. Right. The real world where he said Biden should ignore the fact that he's sub 40% approval rating, doesn't matter, and he's 81, and the majority of the public, including like 80% of the base, says he should step aside for a new fresh voice. They said that before the debate, they said that after the debate. They said the economy was doing well and everyone believes it, and don't ignore the fact that people don't necessarily say their experience matches with these top line numbers. They were also insisting that the Never Trump movement, with bringing in all these Republicans into the party, was the thing that was going to save the party, and that focusing on democracy was the way to go. That's the real world that he lives in, aka the not real world. You have it reversed, you dummy. All the people that are calling you and saying how great it is that you went down and broke bread with a guy that you had previously said it's fair to call him Hitler. That's not the people on social media.
Look, sometimes
that's the real world.
Sometimes when you're faced with fascism, you got to accept that Hitler's going to have the best bread. Okay, and if you want good bread, well, you know where to go.
You're in the bubble. Crazy.
And let's be clear here. One of the reasons why we're singling out Joe Scarborough is that it was reported multiple times that Joe Biden listened to Joe Scarborough's show every morning, and it was basically his North Star. Yep. And so you can watch Joe Scarborough go out and give this adamant, like, you are out of your mind if you are voting for Donald Trump. And understand, this guy is the least sincere, most duplicitous, completely, I mean, this is just about proximity to power for him, period, end of story. And the idea that they're going to make this about journalism or whatnot, there was no interview that came out of that. You want to go down there and have a hostile interview with Donald Trump, or even a fawning one that we can see. But this is not forwarding the value of journalism for them to go down there and have access. And I also don't even buy the idea that they were afraid of being audited. You know what?
Yeah, come on. What exactly is Joe getting up to that he is concerned about that? This is ridiculous. It's a pure gaslighting moment there from old Joey Scarb. We could watch more of that, but we got a lot of stuff to do today somehow. I thought it was going to be just purely fun. I had a great list. I'm being real. I had a great list today, and then news happened and it ruined things. So the level of fun was decreased, I don't know, by like at least 10 or 15%. It's hard to quantify, but that's just my guess. I'm sorry. I don't make the news. It's not my fault. I can't take credit for any of that. Now let's do this again. Remind you what we're about to talk about. This is from 2 days ago.
A new Trump pick. He's just nominated Russ Vought
to be the director of the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB, another huge, huge job. Trump says he did an excellent job serving in his role.
Blood coming out of her eyes and her ears and all sorts of places you don't want to know
about. It was a
about.
great success. Alex Marlow, that is a great pick. And again, Trump has mostly new faces in, but I think it's very important to have some experience in that White House with the way Washington works. You can't beat experience. Obviously, if it's incompetent experience, you don't want it. But he did a terrific job last time, and Trump is very comfortable with him.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you have it. Fox News host. Oh my god, my brain just broke. I just wanted to call her Kellyanne Conway. That's not Kellyanne Conway. What's wrong with me? Whatever. Fox News ghoul here talking about Russ Vought, former head of the, or director of the OMB during Donald Trump's first presidency, and is now being tapped to do it again. Now, before this all happened, Russ Vought went on to the podcast of a, thank you, Laura Ingraham. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't remember her name. He went on to the podcast of former Fox News host ghoul Tucker Carlson, who now has a podcast in a log cabin somewhere, multi-million-dollar log cabin, I guess. Let's go watch that. Wait, is this queued up to where? Hold on. No, I don't think it is. Hold on.
You Russ. A little excessive. Well, you're.
These two are having such a great time together. Okay. Let's move past. Oh, thankfully they have chapters. Let's move past how the deep state tried to destroy Matt Gaetz. I remember that. That was a fun time. All right. Here we go. Start with this chapter. The root problem of government corruption. Oh boy. Wonder what that could possibly
be. And have the president take control of the executive branch. So my belief, for anyone who wants to listen, is that the president has to move executively as fast and as aggressively as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy and their power centers. And I think there are a couple of ways to do it. Number one is going after the whole notion of independence. There are no independent agencies. Going after the whole notion of independence. There are no independent agencies. Congress may have viewed them as such, SEC or the FCC.
I can't believe we're back to this, and that this is what we're about to have to deal with. This fucking guy came out of the Christian nerdery to tell us that actually separation of powers, all that kind of stuff was a bad idea. And actually radical constitutionality, which, I mean, I don't know if there's an actual definition to any of that. But I mean, what he's suggesting here is that every agency of government is just a wing, it's just a branch of the executive, right? It's all, the left and right hand of Donald Trump, the king.
CFPB, the whole alphabet soup.
We don't need consumer protections. Come on.
That is not something that the Constitution understands. So there may be different strategies with each one of them about how you dismantle them, but as an administration, the whole notion of an independent agency should be thrown out, particularly with the Department of Justice, in which there's literally no law. All it is precedent from the Watergate era that the Attorney General.
All that stupid precedent from the Watergate era. I forgot, we talked about this, didn't we? Let me go a little bit further ahead. I think we were closer to like here. Wait, what is this? Pure Talk. We watched that part. All right, yeah, this is probably where we were, I think.
It is largely, you can just make an assumption it's not the way it was meant to work. And so you have our guys defending post-Watergate paradigms.
Those post-Watergate paradigms. Still talking about how all those post-Watergate paradigms where we, trying to keep presidents from doing illegal stuff. That was actually a bad idea.
let's go back to what the founders would have actually envisioned.
Right, kings. I
Okay,
guess.
so to your third point, thank you for this, by the way. So to your third point, that the president has to be able to fire people who are subverting
But there were a
democracy.
bunch of the founders who really didn't like that idea. He is only after a certain portion of the founders, the ones who agree with his sort of ideology, like Madison and Hamilton, the Federalists, but in the sort of the worst ways possible. Like, the way the Heritage Foundation like uses things like the Federalist Papers and stuff to justify these kinds of things. Like, oh, the founders really are into it. It's like, no, it's like 2 of how many again? Like 24.
Why can't he? How did federal bureaucrats wind up with a kind of super tenure where no matter what they do, you can't get rid of them? Like, I don't understand. They work for the public.
Right. Laws that have been passed, perhaps not challenged, the laws that have been passed that give them bargaining power, that give them certain processes that have to be followed before they can be dismissed. But I think in that, and it's certainly made it very, very hard to hire and fire. The current system needs to be changed, but it also can be used to deal with these same kind of actors if you're willing to do it. And I don't want to get into all of the tools that are available,
Right, no.
but they exist. One of them is...
See, that's what scares me about this guy. So I keep talking about is like, and I know he's a nerd, and like listening to this guy talk policy is like painful. But like, when he says stuff like that, you should perk up. He's like, oh, I don't want to, but he's basically, I don't want to reveal my cards, right? Like we have plans, we have certain levers we're planning to pull. We have like he said, they have Project 2025. They have basically a playbook for all of this, and they're planning to execute. They're planning to execute on that shit, and it's probably very questionable in terms of legality. But they're planning on forcing it through because he's concocted something back in the nerdery, like I said, that he believes is constitutional and that the president can get away with, especially considering what they've done with the Supreme Court. And I don't even know. I'm like, right now, I'm just hypothesizing on what he's thinking, but it's just, whatever. I'm going to stop.
The reduction in force. I mean, you can, and Vivek has talked about this. I mean, you can proceed on the basis of what is good for the efficiency and the effectiveness of the agency to be able to dramatically lower at a macro level the size of the workforce. And that will give you certain legal abilities to begin to move people off of the payroll. So there's a lot of things that are being creatively discussed in this space, but it has to be front and center. Schedule F that President Trump has already run on.
Okay, so yeah, he is talking about Schedule F here, but I just need to hear again what this man just said. For fuck's sake, why do you have to speak in such vagaries?
And that will give you certain legal abilities to begin to move people off of the payroll. So there's a lot of things that are being creatively discussed in this space, but it has to be front and center. Schedule F that President Trump has already run on. That seems to be like a day one thing. He has already instituted in his first term. We just didn't get it across the finish line. Every agency has to go and categorize how many of his employees are policy and therefore subject to at-will employment. I put 90% of OMB in that category because I wanted, A, it was true, and B, I wanted to set a high bar for the rest of my colleagues at agency heads that this should be viewed maximally.
You're willing to fire your own staff, which is another way of saying you're willing to relinquish some power because personnel.
Yeah, so I mean, if you don't know what Schedule F is, it was a late-stage Donald Trump policy that I believe was crafted by Russ Vought himself, intended to make the president essentially the king. Or, I mean, it's basically turned the executive branch into an episode of The Apprentice where Donald Trump can just say, "You're fired," whenever he wants to.
And power is power.
And it's always not just about firing, although there's certainly going to be mass layoffs and firing, particularly across some of the agencies that we don't even think should exist. But what I found was that you get better staff work when people are now in their mind realizing, okay, I'm not immune from all accountability. And I would tell people, you know, you have to have these conference calls. We're in the middle of COVID and explain, you know, what we're trying to do. And a lot of people were very upset. I was like, guys, we're Republicans. We don't believe in these, you know, these laws that give you these protections that we think make you less good at your job of serving a particular president. So it's
yeah, why should government employees have any sort of you know, worker protections? Just get rid of all of those, you know, bathroom breaks and things like that. Like, all that, just keeping you from doing your job. You know, the protections from losing your job for no good reason, all that kind of stuff.
Just on its face outrageous. Like everyone else in the country faces the vicissitudes of the job market. I've been fired so many times with a lot of kids. And I'm not whining, but most people have had
that's literally your job
like,
description.
oh, wow, I'm out of money. Why are the people that we pay with our tax dollars immune to the pressure that the rest of us feel? It's like so crazy and outrageous.
Mean that you can't tell your boss what you think.
The pressure the rest of us feel. All of us regular people like you and me, Russ. My God. Tucker Carlson. Just feeling that regular person pressure all the time. Oh, God. It's such a wild claim.
That's the most crazy thing in the world,
Well,
right?
What?
Yeah, I mean,
you know, I've worked for some pretty authoritarian people, by the way, over
Like
the
who?
years. And the last
Name
people I
one.
worked for, very nice to me, I will say. But like,
Oh.
they had really strong views on a couple topics, and I kept my views on those to myself at dinner.
Yeah,
they're my bosses. I mean, I don't really understand.
What are you talking about, Tucker? And why are you always out to dinner with your bosses? Is it because you get paid you were getting paid millions of dollars a year? Did that have anything to do with it? Or were you all like close friends and then you kind of went even further off the reservation than the rest of them and they were like, geez, Tucker, you're acting weird?
On those to myself at dinner.
Yeah.
They're my bosses. I mean, I don't really understand how does an entirely separate set of rules apply to our employees, the public's employees, our housekeepers? This is how I think of them. They work for us. And when your housekeeper works for you, you get
they
to
all
fire
work for
steals
us. All of them work for us. They should all be fireable. Even the ones that I didn't elect.
This is how I think of them. They work for us. And when your housekeeper works for you, you get to steals from you. You get to fire her, correct?
Yeah, and there's no other way to run any business, any government.
But it's like
I love how that's his regular. I love that's how this is regular guy example. He just got done talking about how he's dealing with all these regular stresses. He's like, you know how when your housekeeper is always stealing from you, you know, my house. You know, we all grew up with those thieving housekeepers, and it's just a regular thing for us to talk about in the context of all of this.
Do they get to be treated better than every other category of employee in the world?
Yeah.
And they're also some of the suckiest employees. As the son of a federal employee, I can tell you, some of them are great. Most are not great. Sub-great, which is why we have so many
This show is sub-great.
federal agencies, correct?
Totally. And that's
why is Deloitte, at NSA?
Right. No,
because most NSA employees suck and they don't come in because of COVID. They take 3-hour lunch breaks. They're not effective. Am I telling the truth here?
You're telling the truth.
I know.
And that's why you've got to have a massive effort to dramatically reduce this so that the good ones rise to the top and everyone else is finding other work.
Okay, sorry to get so wound up.
No,
the good one is loyalty-based government. If you don't want to do the bidding of Donald Trump, well, guess what? You can get called and find a job at McDonald's, okay? Okay. Everybody's on notice.
Is finding other work.
Okay, sorry to get so wound up.
No. So, and then the last thing is dismantling all of the specific things like overclassification, the FBI background checks, all of the things that deny information to the political class or the political appointees that prevent them from doing their job.
Okay, but This is where people start getting murdered or getting cancer or whatever they're doing to maintain control. Because if you start threatening, I think this is why they're terrified of Tulsi Gabbard. You start threatening to expose things, to let the public know what its government is doing, you're going to be exposing crimes because they're committing crimes. I know that for a fact. I know that you know it too.
I wonder which crimes he'd like to have actually like prosecuted, right? It's fascinating to have him talking here about, you know, what is effectively, you know, like lawfare. Like, you know what they're always complaining about? They're like, you know, now that Donald Trump's getting in office, maybe we should investigate some people for some crimes finally that we never do. But maybe we can cherry pick them probably for the people we don't like. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be going after the Bushes and the Cheneys and, well, maybe the Cheneys. The Cheneys, I mean, come on, never Trumpers. They're on the list. But, you know, I doubt the Bushes are going to get on that list, or Donald Trump, who continued and increased the drone strikes and things like that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's of course not. Of course, Donald Trump's not going to be prosecuting himself and the Bushes and other like Republicans. Like, that's not going to happen. Now, unless you were outwardly, of course, Obama is on the list. If they were to do something like that, yeah, Obama, of course, he's going to go on there. I assume they're going to throw Hillary Clinton in there, right? They're gonna excavate Henry Kissinger's corpse, get him in there. I mean, you know, all the sort of like the neo whatever's, the the war hawks that are ostensibly of the left, even though we all know it's just an insane framing to begin with. But yeah, I mean, that's what happened. That's what I guess is gonna happen.
So that's like kind of a scary mission, is it not?
It is one that causes you to count the costs. But the notion...
You're so judicious. I love it.
And Tucker, the reality, and I think this is, I would encourage everyone to think this way, there is no place in America where you're going to be protected from the walls closing in on you and your family. And
wow. I think we should all hear that sentence again.
The reality, and I think this is, I would encourage everyone to think this way, there is no place in America where you're going to be protected from the walls closing in on you and your family.
This guy is disgusting. The suffering is the point with these people. And we got to figure out a way to return that favor somehow. I have been poring over some things in my mind on that one.
And the only extent to which that may not be true yet is Kevin Bacon's degrees of separation. You don't have someone that's immediately in proximity to the FBI raiding their house or being the victim of lawfare. I mean, I know two people very, very closely who have.
So yeah, I mean, this guy believes that Republicans, Donald Trump, have been the victims of lawfare, and now he believes it's time to turn that around on everyone, even though clear crimes were committed, right? But no, not in the mind of Russell Vought, the former director of the OMB.
In jail. I know.
Oh, me too.
Guy currently palling it up with Tucker
have
Carlson,
multi-million-dollar lawsuits.
White nationalists.
And so they're coming. And the only way to stop that from happening for people that are in this community trying to rebuild from a storm or run their coffee shop, the only way to keep it from happening is for those of us in the political arena to stand tall and unabashedly and to lean.
Back to all that, huh? Because that's one of the things that he brought up early on, out of nowhere, is that, essentially Republicans have to lean into being racists and Nazis and fascists, and that, actually, shape the narrative in a way where actually in society it's okay to be those things. That's the, and that's the plan. And he keeps kind of bringing it back to that point. It's like, can't let all those downers keep calling you a fascist get in the way.
Tall and unabashedly and to lean forward no matter the costs. And that's the moment that we live in. And so it's not meant to be provocative. It's just meant to know that if you are not loud and proud, that's the wrong way to think about it. But if it is,
do you hear what I'm saying? Like that's like
aggressive.
Like, cause this guy talks in dog whistles. Like he's very careful with his words. Unlike Donald Trump. But yeah, like you hear that like loud and proud. That's the sort of thing, in my mind, that sets off a whole bunch of thoughts.
In public and articulate in how you go about it, it will make it so that more and more people can come along beside you and make it so that the president has enough people that are willing to take on the system. And I believe that he has a growing number of people that are like that. And it will make it very difficult for them to move against individual actors. And the nice
people like Matt Gaetz, who they literally spent an entire section over here talking about how great he is, how the deep state tried to destroy Matt Gaetz. They talked about how Matt Gaetz was a hero for a full 5 minutes.
Being out of office is you get to read and kind of wide and understand what happened.
No, not loud and proud, of course. No, because of course pride is a sin. He didn't mean it that way. He didn't want anybody, even though he said it, he didn't mean it that way.
And to have new perspective. And I'm just blown away by the number of people that they went after individually, like wounded individuals. And we never heard about them. I didn't hear about them until after the administration.
It's true.
Adam Lovinger,
how would you
Mark
know
Moyer.
True?
These are individuals that blew the whistle on corruption, and their agencies conspired with their political appointees to make them go away. And I don't think they'll be able to get away with that this time around.
And in some cases really hurt them.
They wasted 3 or 4 years. They're dealing with stuff in their families. Life happens, and you're dealing with the intel agencies, multiple working behind the scenes together, never giving you due process. And I think that is, we know their playbook.
Wow.
And we know not only.
What would you call that trial? What about those trials that happen? Do those count as due process, or is that just... What is that? I'm so confused, Russ.
To look for, but how to be prepared to ensure that cannot happen again.
I've noticed, and I don't think I'm imagining it, that a huge percentage of people who criticize the intel agencies wind up with kiddie porn on their computers. One of the reasons I don't use a computer. I don't think that's because they're disproportionately perverts.
I don't know why you would use a computer.
Where did that come from? Wow. Huh. Okay. And that's, I see what he's saying.
First
it just happens upon their computer.
You can't respond to anything without it being FOIA'd, right?
Or is it magic?
We have to have a totally different view about going into government.
But the intel agencies are not allowed, most of them are not allowed to operate domestically, period. Well, they were never allowed. They do it. But they're definitely not allowed to play in American politics to influence election outcomes, and they're absolutely doing that. How do you stop that?
Well, I think you need to have people that are there who are fearless, and obviously Tulsi and RFK, and not Intel, but saying there are certainly health aspects to national security, Matt being at DOJ. Those are the types of people that you need to get under the hood and to push as much as you possible. You've got to shut their funding off until they can prove to your satisfaction that things are.
But wait, we're not even allowed to know what their funding is. We don't know what the CIA's budget is.
Well,
we don't even know,
when you're within government, you can know those answers, and so those individuals can.
You can know the size of the black budgets.
Correct.
Right. So I've never been in government, but I've certainly been around this a lot. They're huge. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And
so why do we have black budgets?
It's a great question, Tucker. I mean, there's dramatically more transparency needed, and I would say it's one of those areas where, not unlike the overclassification, there are things we.
The overclassification. Whenever he says overclassification, that just means the existence of government. Okay, just remember that. I know it seems ridiculous, but that's literally what he's talking about. It's what he was saying earlier. It's like the overclassification of things is leading to all these agencies and we don't need these unloyal people and stuff.
Know a lot more about, and I can't tell you, well, what's the optimal level of transparency on that front? But
or I guess he could be talking about. I guess in this moment he could be talking about something else, because earlier he was talking about the overclassification of like just like things, but I guess now in this moment he could be talking about the overclassification of just like classified information. I guess they're switching back and forth between so many topics. And he's such a fucking vague asshole. Sometimes it's hard to parse what the fuck he's saying.
As a citizen, an understanding of what the size of your IC community is, that's kind of a problem.
I just think you're ensuring corruption.
And the size of these buildings, like you go around and you realize, oh wow, that alphabet has an enormous institutional presence that the country's never even heard about.
Has a real estate footprint that's beyond what you can imagine.
CIA
I lived as a child in
owns everything. Tucker Carlson grew up in the CIA headquarters.
My brother in a house in Georgetown in high school that was owned by CIA. So there's just a lot.
Proof.
You go out to Northern Virginia,
please.
Tyson's Corner. Take Chainbridge from D.C. into Northern Virginia, and like how many of those office buildings are owned by
the CIA owns Tucker.
The CIA or some other intel agency, like a huge number.
Bombshell.
So why can't we know that? I don't understand.
We need to know a lot more, and we need to demand that we know more. Like how is Congress, and yeah, they can go into a skiff and they can be given a brief. Debates are supposed to happen on the House and Senate floor, and you can't. You're providing no ability to be able to share with your voters and us as voters whether did we ever vote for this?
What?
Did we ever vote for this military?
Did you and Tucker Carlson specifically vote for any of this? I assume not. Yeah. I feel like that's what he's actually talking about when he says we. He's like, it doesn't matter what the people, because he's a federalist, right? Like he believes James Madisonian type of thinking here. He doesn't believe that the people should actually have any control over the government, right? Like he believes they should have control of themselves, like in a very libertarian sort of way. But he doesn't think that they should be able to actually control the governments themselves. Yeah, I feel like, honestly, if he got his way, there would still be governments, but they would be sort of owned by oligarchs and, like, I guess, churches too? Like, churches would have a certain amount of land, and then the richest people in America would also have land. And then everybody would also have to be, we'd have to just go to serfdom.
Industrial complex, this intel community, the extent to which it's sprawled all over the country. Like, who got a say in that?
It doesn't seem like the intel.
I would say is rather undemocratic.
Well, the intel committees, the oversight committees in Congress, whose job it is to oversee, restrain, keep the intel agencies within constitutional bounds. In my whole life in D.C., from 1985 until now, I've never seen a single member of an intel committee who wasn't in the pocket of the intel agencies. That's my perception. Have you?
I don't want to. I would just say this: Devin Nunes was kind of a unique character in his ability to provide leadership in that, and they came after him with everything they got, and he survived. And I think he's a model, not unlike that.
When you say they, you mean the intel agencies?
The intel agencies, the forces that are, some out of government, non-government organizations, the press, and working with the intel agencies.
By the way, I don't know if you know this.
Countries. I mean, it's never like.
I'm sure that Russ and Devin have been spending a bunch of time together because Devin actually recently became the CEO of Donald Trump's multimedia social media company, Donald Trump Media. So that's really exciting for Mike. He's been having a lot of great. Like, here he's getting a bump on the Tucker Carlson show. Also, he gets to be CEO of a company that does nothing and has the sort of metrics of, I don't know, Bing. It's all very exciting for him. Failing upwards. Used to be in government. I don't think he is anymore. I'm trying to remember. What? The guy is just... useless, if I recall correctly. But here, Russell was like, Devin Nunes is a saint. Mostly, I assume, because Devin Nunes was incredibly vocal about his sort of support for Donald Trump through all of his worst moments.
Guy at Langley,
And so why don't we have more Devin Nuneses? That would be the question that I would have. Is what
We just need more Devin Nuneses. Can we have
that?
Can we have
and
500
I'm not making
Devins?
an accusation of anyone. I'm just saying that with all Congress and with all non-government organizations, even our organization, there's this point where you're like, if I go after these individuals, this issue set, or this area of corruption, or this policy set, and I saw it right after Mar-a-Lago was raided, and we came out really quickly and said, the FBI should be radically reformed. I thought it should be.
How dare the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago after Donald Trump illegally held on to classified documents after his presidency? That is beyond their scope of power. Wow. Okay, Russ. So yeah, this is the guy, that we need to be scared of, right? He is intrinsically tied to Project 2025. And is now going to be at the right hand of Donald Trump. That's enough for me, though. I can't do more of that. It's too much. 2 days in a row. At least we got through another, 15 minutes of that. This is just rough. And plus, it's because I have to stop him every 15 seconds because he just says something insane every 15 seconds. Corruption as defined by who? Russ gets to decide. You know who else gets to decide? Elon Musk. The genius behind this.
The Tesla Cybertruck. This roughly 6,500-pound stainless steel missile that was conceived when Elon Musk fucked a dishwasher has become a cultural lightning rod. Conservatives love it, libs hate it, but good God, is it great for content.
The Tesla Cybertruck.
Cybertruck.
Oh, here it is,
Do I have a lot of thoughts?
Already
a disaster.
You got to admit that's a fun thing to drive.
Yeah.
It's definitely faster than it needs to be.
We're going to shoot the Cybertruck, so we're going to open fire on the Cybertruck. That looks hilarious.
Today, I investigate the hubbub encircling this big baby. Is there more to this angular whip than simply being a tank for people who are too big of pussies to join the military? What? Let's find out. Elon Musk first unveiled the concept Cybertruck back in 2019 at a Matrix cosplay event for lonely single men who know what Y Combinator is. It was here that he asked one of his fake steampunk executive assistants to demonstrate the vehicle's indestructibility.
Franz, could you try to break this glass, please?
Sure?
Yeah. Oh my fucking God. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Elon, however, has never been one to let public embarrassment dissuade him from risking further public embarrassment. So he persisted. In true Tesla fashion, there were years of development, long production delays, and major recalls, including when the rear view camera, which is the only way to see out of the back of the car, potentially didn't work in 27,000 vehicles.
That's
But
just
after all
efficiency,
that,
folks.
Late last year, the first Tesla Cybertruck.
That's just the kind of efficiency that we can expect in the future from our government, okay? Who needs to be able to see out of the back of their vehicles? It's not necessary. Might as well get rid of that.
27,000 vehicles. But after all that, late last year, the first Tesla Cybertruck started bumbling through our streets, leaving many onlookers with the same question: why?
The glib answer is that Elon Musk thought it would be cool. I don't really see a really strong marketing or strategic reason for the Cybertruck.
I think the point of the Cybertruck is that Elon Musk wanted to make it. It's difficult to look at it and come up with a clear business case for building that vehicle.
It's a good question. If only I could see inside Elon's mind, I would have the right answer.
If only we could all be inside Elon's mind. Is this The Onion? No, this is not The Onion. This is good work. a YouTube sort of investigative journalist. He does like business and tech stories, but with like a comedic kind of vibe, I guess you might say. I appreciate much of what he does.
These here fellas have all done a lot of reporting on electric vehicles, and together we would form an absolutely dominant high school Model UN team. When I asked them to make the case for this roughly $100,000 19-foot-long death-shaped wheelie boat, they all gave me variations of around the same answer. Ya boy wanted to do something crazy.
Tesla is a company that has sort of prided itself on not doing things the same way as other car makers.
It's not really a working truck. It's not very practical for a tradesperson. This is for somebody who lives in the suburbs, makes quite a lot of money. I mean, you could argue it's, sort of a halo.
Can you imagine someone using a Cybertruck for like plumbing? You get somebody show up to your house and they in a Cybertruck. Oh my god, I can just imagine.
Vehicle, one of those vehicles that not that many people buy, but that attracts people to the brand. Maybe you could say that it makes Tesla look like the cutting edge car company that's doing things nobody else does. But I really think it's just something that Elon Musk thought would be cool.
The thing is, despite its apparent lack of traditional strategy, the Cybertruck is really starting to do numbers for Tesla and its loud flesh mascot.
He was correct in building a toy for the fanboys who love him, because there's a lot of them, and they've come out to buy it.
In July, roughly the same number of people bought a Cybertruck as all other electric pickups combined, and it was the third best-selling electric vehicle overall in Q3. And for all the regulars out there, Q3 is business speak for quarter 3. Sometimes experts like me like to use the fiscal calendar instead of the normal human calendar. Just a little thing we do in the industry. No reason to get nervous.
Unacceptable.
Tesla says the recent success of the Cybertruck has made the vehicle profitable. It's also helped Tesla reverse a 2-quarter sales decline. But just like when I win slam dunk contests, context is important here. Those dunk contests are conducted on a 7-foot rim against my cousins who are in elementary school, and I have drugged them. While the Cybertruck was the third best-selling overall EV model in Q3, it was still tens of thousands of units away from the top-selling models, Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y, which have dominated the market for years. Some experts think that the time Tesla spent building Elon's dream truck was a waste of an opportunity to develop a new, cheaper model that would appeal more to the general public to firm up Tesla's lead in the increasingly competitive domestic EV industry, and to compete.
Tesla also may. Oh my god, it does look. Oh my god, I never even noticed. I'll never unsee it. Anyways, I'm not sure in that 5 minutes of this video that he figured out what the point of the Cybertruck is. I certainly don't feel like I have any better grasp on what the point of it is, aside from being an FBBM fanboy business model machine. I don't see what it is. What does it do? I don't get it. It's gonna do things. People have apparently bought that though. But not as much as the other cars for whatever reason, as maybe just because it's incredibly overpriced and seems to have absolutely no real utility to it. Now, of course, let's not forget Elon Musk is going to be in the government, and he's going to be able to get perhaps all sorts of deals for his companies. And I'm sure he'll try and get a piece of this action. I'm sure this will all be good for all of us.
We're building the world's largest and most capable civilian unmanned aircraft. How we're able to do that is that we're starting with a full-scale helicopter and putting our AI systems inside that helicopter. We can use them for critical missions like agriculture, offshore transport, disaster response, and we think they're going to be transformative for many industries.
This is awesome. This is great because now we can stop worrying so much about the self-driving cars that will be littering our streets. And now we can also, instead, we can sort of focus our attention to the skies and be more worried about, you know, helicopters, full-size helicopters plummeting down from above. So I think in a way that'll be sort of like a fringe benefit. You can stop worrying about the one thing. You know, it's like diversifying in a way.
What you're seeing behind me is one of our R550s being built which is a 2,500-pound drone that can carry more than 1,000 pounds of payload. We think this is going to change the world. Certainly one of the challenges that we have in developing these highly reliable systems is that they need to be reliable in all sorts of conditions and all sorts of real-world environments. So number one, that's why we still always have a remote pilot who is able to take over, the aircraft's decision-making, and a lot of our focus in how do you enable that remote pilot to do more safely.
Oh, well, there we go. It's clearly not foolproof, because just like with self-driving cars, these supposedly self-driving or self-flying helicopters also need a human pilot, because we talked earlier about how many self-driving vehicles also need human interaction to do certain tasks. How great. This is the future, people.
Rather than necessarily trying to replace the human pilot.
Ready? Yep. It's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, putting more systems into the air that don't have a pilot inside could introduce new dangers to our current existing pilots and, would make their life even more dangerous. We believe that once these autonomous systems become more mature, that's why we work with folks like Rotor, among others, that we'll be able to put those autonomous systems in the most dangerous areas and the manpower.
Yeah. Okay. Well, guess what? The president's already embracing this stuff, if you haven't heard. Big time. And so is the... Excuse me. So is the Secret Service. Let's take a look at this story from France. 24 English. Earlier today.
This new recruit is turning heads in the United States. The RoboDog's mission is guarding the residence of the president-elect, Donald Trump. It belongs to the US Secret Service, the unit responsible for protecting VIPs. The agency also used the technology last summer during the NATO summit in Washington, where dozens of heads of state and government were present. The robot can detect and inspect suspicious packages and is programmed to patrol on its own or be operated remotely by a handler. A considerable asset, according to former members of the Secret Service.
I wonder if, I've been thinking, with all these things, and with the sort of direction of our government right now, is that I'm sure that Russell Vought and Elon Musk would get together and come up with, some sort of software to track people on Sundays specifically to make sure that they're going to church, stuff like that. And if you don't go to church, you're fined money or you go to jail, stuff like that. I think it's gonna be really exciting for everybody.
Anytime you have a failure in security, it's 95% of the time it is human. At 3 a.m. it's not asleep or it's not drowsy, and it's recording and memorializing everything.
Costing around $100,000 each, a fully charged robot dog can patrol for 90 minutes. The American-made robot was previously used during the COVID crisis for remote medical consultations and was also deployed by New York City to avoid exposing its police officers to risky situations.
I don't want to have a police officer go in a building where there's someone that's dangerous and lose that police officer.
In Los Angeles,
they'll just track your phone. Well, say you're too poor to have a phone, right? So I think if anything, maybe they'll insert little RFID tracking chips into your body, and then have RFID readers outside of every church. As long as the church is inside of the governmental system, you'll once you pass through the doors, you'll get a ping. Something like that. All right, now while we are still on talking technology, let's quickly look at this crazy looking technology here. Using sound waves to create
A UK startup
holograms.
is using sound waves to make objects levitate in midair.
Is it
and
levitation?
London-based
I thought it was holograms.
Fab
Whatever
says
it is.
it's, quote, acoustic levitation is not just a neat trick.
Object?
It could also have commercial
is.
applications, such as for handling toxic materials. Co-founder Sriram Subramanian said the technology uses an array of tiny speakers
that's so weird.
to aim ultrasonic sound waves at a particular point. This creates what developers describe as a pressure cage, strong enough to support a droplet or particle.
But the magic trick is we time the turning on and off of each individual speaker precisely. Then if you put an object there, it's going to be held in place. Right? And because we do it computationally, we can also update that shape so fast that the object then starts moving in the way you want it to move.
Shubi Bansal is another co-founder.
So weird.
She said that the ability to manipulate liquids without contaminating them offers exciting opportunities in life sciences, where
So trippy to look at. Just look at things defy gravity like that. Alright, now let's go to this. Found this to be a very interesting story. I think it actually says quite a lot about just how much, honestly, how much, fast food chains are profiting. Let's go here, as some major chain restaurants are now competing with fast food in a way they never have before.
Our runner to 62.
Inside this kitchen near Dallas, Texas, they're waging an all-out food fight for your dining dollars.
I have the crispy chicken sandwich, no pickles.
That burger patty right there is more than twice the size of a Big Mac.
That's Kevin Hoffman, CEO of the company that owns Chili's.
So these are the items that are giving like McDonald's a run for their money.
So just this is just $10.99 for all of this.
$10.99 for a burger, fries, soda, about the same as a McDonald's down the road, plus an appetizer.
I still like my occasional Big Mac. I don't eat it as often because it sucks.
Yeah, and I think that sort of lays it bare, right? Like, if they can afford to have a restaurant, be paying to have the entire place lit and properly climatized and all these other things, be giving you more food, having people literally walking that food to your table, and have it cost as much as buying, pure garbage from McDonald's. It's, I think clearly something's wrong there, right? Something is wrong there.
We're meeting customers where they already are, right? They're frustrated with higher prices.
So Chili's is joining the value menu wars.
See you later, tiny drive-through burger.
We saw an opening, and then we said, let's just get after it.
That opening, the skyrocketing prices that made those cheaper dining options not so cheap.
Yeah, it's been very hard to justify eating at a fast food place.
Just look at this. The price of a Whopper meal at Burger King up 73% over the past decade.
Wow.
At McDonald's, the price of a quarter pounder with cheese meal up 122%.
If you don't stay sharp on the things that got you to winning, that's going to create a door for someone like Chili's to come in and fill that space. And that's exactly what we've done.
This year, both fast food giants had rare quarterly decreases in same-store sales. But at Chili's, they reported growth of more than 14%, even while other casual dining restaurants like TGI Fridays filed for bankruptcy. Part of Chili's success,
This cheese bowl is insane.
menu items going viral with Gen Zers, who post about some of their more indulgent appetizers.
You don't need therapy. You just got to come to Chili's, baby.
That's going too far, sir. I'm sorry. I don't know your girlfriend or wife, whatever that might be. But let's be real. Eating your way out of therapy, that is not a good plan. Do not do that. It's not recommended. I mean, I don't know if she needed therapy before, but just the way that he put all of that, I was like, dude, settle down. It is just cheese. Not a miracle. Oh, look at this. Oh, finally some good news? Get out. That's a lie. I don't believe it. Good news. Prove it.
I have some good news. And so I'm going to tell you. The Democrats have been able to confirm 3 justices over the past couple of days. They have teed up over a dozen more. It's actually sort of funny how this happened, because Republicans are really pissed at some of their colleagues in the Senate, because a bunch of Republican senators did not show up and did not have the requisite number of people to prevent the Democrats from both A, confirming these justices, and B, moving them into basically a position to be easily confirmed.
Whoopsies.
If over the next couple of weeks.
Immediately,
And they
it's
were
not
pissed.
sooner.
Monday night, they tried to slow down Schumer's attempt to advance, I think it was 14 judicial nominees. These are lifetime appointments. And both Vance and Marco Rubio were not in attendance. I guess they've gone on vacation, and apparently Tom Tillis was very pissed. If we don't show up, we lose. He said, I don't care what the reasons are. We have fewer than 15 scheduled legislative days. You have to show up, period. End of story. There's nothing more important. I mean, he's sort of right. He says we
might be more important.
We've got potentially dozens we could have shoved down our throat, except for us being here. We've got to talk to these folks like adults and show up, essentially. So even Embry Kidd, confirmed to sit on the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, won 49-45, and that's despite Joe Manchin voting with the Republicans.
Oh my God. Joe, why?
So some good news on that front. I hope they get the national.
How is Joe Manchin still in the Democratic Party? Can anybody answer that to me? I don't see how he's even useful to Democrats, aside from, I mean, I guess for people who actually agree with Republicans and just don't want to have to vote that way.
Relations Board slot filled as well. I think they could replace one and a couple others, but they're doing this. I think during the lame duck, the Republicans got like filled 45 seats during that time. There are 40 vacancies right now. I don't know how many.
Oh, is he an independent now? Okay, I honestly I forgot that he left. It makes perfect sense. He was just a Democrat for too long. It's still stuck in my head that he's a Democrat. I'll remember at some point.
Nominations are in the sort of the pipeline, but to get another 14 filled, Biden will have confirmed, I think, about 10 less judges by the end if we get those 14. That's just off the top of my head. I think Trump did like 241. Of course, 3 of those were Supreme Court justices. And I think Biden's somewhere around 231. But to get these ones in, non sort of like to spread throughout various circuits and district courts around the country, very important. It's going to be the last beachhead. Right now, something like 2/3 of the judiciary.
And that's a sad metaphor, but it truly is going to be the last beachhead for now until the next election. But I mean, let's not forget about all of this. I'm glad Sam decided to do this clip twice. We looked at this one earlier, but we actually didn't. I don't think we saw the prayer itself.
Well, one of the guys who apparently wanted the job and got shut out was a guy named Ryan Walters. He is the Oklahoma superintendent of public instruction. And he put out a video that he required all Oklahoma public school teachers to broadcast in their schools, discussing his policies and doing this. Play this clip.
We've also seen patriotism mocked and a hatred for this country pushed by woke teachers unions. We will not tolerate that in any school in Oklahoma. We want our students to be patriotic. We want our students to love this country. And we want all students' religious liberty to be protected. I will now say a prayer. And to be clear, students, you don't have to join.
We want everyone's liberty to be protected. Now here I am going to say a Christian prayer in every classroom in Oklahoma.
Now say a prayer. And to be clear, students, you don't have to join. But if you so wish, I'm going to go ahead and pray.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to remind you before we hear his prayer. This was a requirement that it be played in. I mean, this is like one of those like mandatory anti-union meetings. Nobody's going to have to agree with me, but you're going to have to watch me do the prayer.
You'd have to
there
go.
was nothing better in school than when you entered the classroom and they had the TV that was on a cart sort of station, and you thought like, oh yes, we get to watch Bill Nye or something. Imagining expecting like that or Magic School Bus, and it's this freak, doing this sort of indoctrination.
Yeah, that'd be a real disappointment. Gotta say. All right. Actually, I gotta take a quick break here. I'll be right back. Please. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Now, let's go to this issue. Which actually applies to multiple people we'll be talking about, but let's go first here to Canada, where the top military commander of the country had a statement for a U.S. senator who questioned a woman's role in combat.
After 39 years of career as a combat arms officer and risking my life in many operations across the world, I can't believe that in 2024, we still have to justify the contribution of women to their defense and to their service in their country. And all the women sitting here in uniform, stepping in and deciding to get into harm's way and fight for their country need to be recognized for doing so. So again, and that, folks, is the distraction, not the women themselves. So again, just wanted to be clear.
Now, I don't know which senator made that comment.
In the 1 week since
but
becoming
this guy's about to be
president-elect,
Secretary of
Donald
Defense.
Trump is on a hiring spree, tapping Fox News host Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. The Harvard and Princeton grad served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's urged Trump to clean house at the Pentagon and says this about women in combat.
Because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated.
Trump has also announced cabinet positions to help deliver his campaign promise of mass deportations, including so-called border czar Tom Homan and...
All right. So yeah, it's not just senators, but it's also going to be the next Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. I mean, so long as he's confirmed, of course. All right. Now, while we're talking about all this, I figured it'd be a good time to look at this little story that crossed my desk earlier this week. A grandma broke the world record for most push-ups done in 1 hour. Let's go here to the Guinness World Records YouTube channel.
I'm attempting to break the world record for the most push-ups in 1 hour by a female. I'm Donna Jean Wild. I currently hold the world record for the longest time in an abdominal plank for a female, which is 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 11 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And while I was training for that attempt, push-ups were a big part of my training. I did hundreds a day. I fell in love with doing push-ups just like I did planking. So I just kept rolling with it, and it led me to this attempt.
This
The
lady's
guidelines
crazy.
need to be followed carefully in order for every push-up to count. The push-up has to be low enough that a 90-degree angle is attained at the elbow, and there can be no bending at the knees or waist. However, she is allowed to take a break from the push-up position as many times as she likes throughout the attempt. The record to beat is 1,207 push-ups in 1 hour. With 20 minutes left on the clock, Donna Jean is getting close to the previous record result and is powering through to cross the finish line.
My message is to be a believer. Choose to believe in yourself and others. Plan to attack each day and to be on the offensive side of the game. Make time to do the things that you love so you can make things happen. And right.
By the way, she did break that record. So yeah, I guess, you know, people like that, not good enough for combat. Like, I don't think she's a troop or anything. I'm just saying, you know, Pete Hegseth. I think women are just, you know, not, they're just getting in the way. Just getting in the way. Oh, boy. You hate how it's by a female? Well, Guinness Book of World Records, apparently not woke. Hasn't been taken over by the woke yet. Okay, actually I just realized this is where we're gonna take a break. A real break. Oh, I should have just done that. Whatever. Shit happens. Yeah. Well, hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both really help out. And once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. If you have a couple extra bucks, all sorts of great ways to do so. YouTube now, you monetize. We got the Twitch, we got the PayPal, Cash App, and of course my favorite, Patreon, where for a short time, 6 days left now, count them, only 6, for you to get all those sweet, sweet Patreon benefits for a month at half price, $1.50. You can get some super cool galactic benefits, and they can be yours. So get on there. What's going on? Link in the chat, as well as in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Get your name, whatever you want, added, essentially, within reason. The shout out, avatar, all sorts of great stuff. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. I'm back. I hope you're all enjoying the break, but we gotta get back to it. There's so much to cover. Can't just sit around here at the Galactic Beach or wherever twiddling our thumbs. We have to get to the Galactic content. But we are going to try and have some fun. We're also going to try and talk constructively about the future, especially as it relates to the climate today. At least we're going to attempt to do that. also hopefully fun. First, though, let's talk about this. The main sort of sticking point, really the barrier to us getting any of that done. But we'll talk about all this in a moment. We have 30 likes. Okay, I will deal with that while we're watching this. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, as we continue our coverage from COP29 here in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Amy Goodman. We look at what Donald Trump's re-election as U.S. president means for the climate. Clean energy and environmental advocates are raising alarm over Trump's nomination of oil and gas industry executive Chris Wright to serve as energy secretary. Wright's a fracking magnate who's long championed fossil fuel production and publicly denied the existence of the climate crisis. He's the CEO of the Denver-based oil field firm Liberty Energy, serves on the board of Oklo, a nuclear power startup. Wright posted this video on his LinkedIn profile just last year.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either. Humans and all complex life on Earth is simply impossible without carbon dioxide. Hence the term carbon pollution is outrageous. There is no such thing as clean energy or dirty energy. These 5 terms, climate crisis, energy transition,
oh my God,
carbon pollution, clean energy,
post-science
and dirty
world,
energy,
people,
are not only deceptive, they are in fact destructive deceptions.
No, sacre bleu.
Wright is also known for drinking a fracking fluid bleach cocktail on camera to prove it was safe. In a statement, Trump said Wright would be ushering in a so-called golden age of American prosperity and global peace.
I wonder how many of these assholes here went and immediately like threw up in the bathroom, like made themselves throw up, right? Like, come on. I'll bet money on like at least 80% of them.
Unquote. Trump's also announced North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum as his pick to lead the Interior Department, a position currently held by Deb Haaland, who made history as the first Native American to ever serve as cabinet secretary. Trump wrote in a statement, quote, "We will drill, baby, drill, expand all forms of energy production to grow our economy and create good-paying jobs," unquote. Burgum was also tapped to head a newly created National Energy Council, which will seek to, quote, enforce U.S. energy dominance, unquote, globally. For more, we're joined here in Baku by Manish Bapna, president of the NRDC, that's the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Natural Resources Defense Council Action. So we just have a few minutes at the end of this show. First, respond to Chris Wright's nomination, the climate denier, the fracking magnate, the man who drank bleach and fracking fluid on TV.
It is deeply troubling. It is startling, but shouldn't be a surprise in light of the fact of who nominated him. It's particularly jarring as we sit here in Baku at the climate COP. We're already flirting with 1.5 degrees. We have already kind of behind the game in reducing emissions. And now we have not only Chris Wright, but we have Doug Burgum as the head of Interior, potentially, and Lee Zeldin is the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. These are serious positions. They're senior cabinet positions in the next administration for the United States. Charged with protecting clean air, clean water, creating jobs for the future. And all of these nominations.
No, these guys are planning on going and bringing back some old-fashioned jobs of the past. And ruining any sort of progress we've made on the energy transition. Like that guy said, the energy transition doesn't exist, shouldn't exist, and is in fact, what did he say, dangerous? Dangerous to humanity or something? Maybe he's concerned about extra tall people getting hit by windmills or something. I don't know. It's a little confusing. Ah, boy. All right. let's talk about all this. But while it's Sunday fun day, I figured we would try and do this in a fun way. You know what sport happens to help launder all of this quite a lot? Racing. And in Las Vegas here, what was this, yesterday? Yeah, this was yesterday in Las Vegas, where they were holding the F1, an F1 tournament, or what? Not tournament. What do you call it? My brain just broke. Race. That's not what I was looking for. Pretty sure there's a different word I'm thinking of. The fact is that racing, for a long time now, has had, of course, not shockingly, oil company sponsors, right? And this kind of stuff is getting, incepted into people's brains as being good. And the fact is that, the carbon output of F1 is nothing in comparison to the entire oil industry at large. But they're, they're, what do you want to call it? Their sort of complicity in it all is, certainly a big problem here. Racing is unique. I don't know if racing is uniquely American. I mean, F1 is done all over the world. But certain kinds of racing, I mean, like NASCAR, that's definitely uniquely American. I'll give you that much. The one cool thing about all this, though, is this. Because, I haven't seen much of these, the video of this. I have seen a couple of them. But from this angle, holy fuck, does this thing look cool. Of all the future stuff that we've looked at so far today, this is the coolest of them all. Let's be real. The globe in Las Vegas, this thing is, especially from this angle, it just looks just unreal. Granted, it's just filled with advertisements and, whatever else. But, I don't know. It's more fun than genocide, which is something we talked about on the reg around here, so I just figured we would try. Just figured we'd try for some kind of semblance of fun, even if I'm sitting here complaining about it. Maybe someone watching right now is enjoying themselves, even though I'm complaining. Ah, God. But I mean, seriously, come on. You can't tell me that this sphere isn't sweet. This is the future. This is the future that I'm down for, okay? Robot cops, no thank you. Robot, self-driving cars slamming into people, no thanks. But give me giant LED globe with extremely high definition that makes it look like some of this stuff, just literally, I get tricked. I would be, what's the word? I feel like if we were to go back in time and you showed this to somebody, they would literally have a conniption. It's stupid. I mean, it is. I'm not saying it's not stupid, not a complete waste of energy. I have no idea how much energy it's using. It's probably way too much to justify it, but god damn, it's cool. That's partly just because I'm highly amused by film technology in general. So I'm, probably gonna enjoy it more than some. However, while we're talking about racing, I figured we would also pepper in this story from Reuters. This is from 3 days ago. Disrupted. Mean but green. The first hydrogen-powered racing car series.
We all recognise that fossil fuels are going to be limited We've got to be able to power mobility through other forms, and through motorsport, we believe we can accelerate that process.
Welcome to Disrupted. I'm David Pollard. From gasoline to electric and now to hydrogen. In a dramatic shift towards greener fuels, such is the prospect for motor racing fans with the advent of Extreme H, which its founders promise as the first motor racing series powered by hydrogen fuel cells. In this, the Pioneer 25 racing car. Fresh from testing, the Pioneer 25 is Extreme H Chief Technical Officer Mark Grain, formerly of the renowned McLaren racing team. Mark, tell us why this is exciting.
We are well out of the design phase and so on, and we're considerable way down the track testing phase. Those refinements and all of those developments and prove outs that you would anticipate with an all new type of racing car, they are a long way down the line, and we've accomplished just under 2,000 kilometers of testing. So that's in championship terms, that's like 3 seasons of racing.
The goal in 2025 is a calendar of races as a step forward from its predecessor, the battery-powered Extreme E car. In this, Extreme H, fuel cells take green hydrogen, split it through reverse electrolysis into electrons and protons, and use those electrons to charge a battery, a component they both have in common, which then powers the car's electric motors.
We are charging that battery now using the hydrogen fuel cell, rather than charging the battery up remotely like you would do with an electric BEV road car. So we charge the car with the hydrogen fuel cell charges the pack. The on-track performance is equally the measure of the Extreme E car.
With only water as its main byproduct, it could offer power which is greener, and with the equivalent of 550 horsepower and acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 4.5 seconds, it could be meaner too, according.
So yeah, it could be that racing does have a future in a green world. Hold on, I need to grab my drink. I opened a drink on the break and then put it down across the goddamn space station. This is unacceptable. Okay. I'm back. All right. Now let's go here. ABC News from a day ago. National Geographic's best places to travel. Exciting. Well, if you're planning to travel, might get some ideas here, people. Might get some ideas.
Each year, our friends at National Geographic reveal their Best of the World list, showcasing the top 25 must-see places around the world going into the next year. So joining me now is Nat Geo editor Starlight Williams to share more about this year's list. Starlight, it's great to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So first, tell us about the list and how the final locations are chosen.
Okay, so our National Geographic, it's our Best of the World, it's our annual list of top global destinations to see during the next year. So it's curated by our team of travel experts, international editors, and the goal is to highlight the extraordinary places around the world, focusing on things that like adventure, culture, conservation, and sustainability to inspire future adventure.
Okay, so we're going around the world.
Did anybody see her name?
Which U.S. locations were picked this year?
Did anybody see her name? Because it totally checks out. Like now, it all makes sense. After I saw her name, like the glasses made perfect sense. Anybody? This woman's name is Starlight Williams. If she's not in a funk band, she's like missing just the opportunity of a lifetime.
Okay, so we're going around the world, but can you tell us which U.S. locations were picked this year?
Of course, we have Boise, Idaho, Ocala National Park in Florida, and Los Angeles in California.
Wow. I mean, and how did you come to those decisions? What was it about those U.S. locations that really stood out?
So these locations both represent a unique aspect of American culture, but it also has natural beauty and items that resonate globally. So it's the idea of that, yes, go abroad, explore the world, but you can also get a sense of all that right here in the U.S. as well.
What about the most surprising place on the list for you?
You know, some might argue, but it's one of my favorite, that Boise, Idaho might be surprising, but it's more than just what, you think of like potatoes, cornfields. It has the highest concentration of Basque people in the U.S. So it's a European ethnic group that spans part of Spain and France. In July, they're honoring their Basque population with this massive festival that happens every 5 years. And we thought that was pretty cool that we needed to highlight, so people go.
Well, thank you, Starlight Williams. I appreciate that very fun piece of news. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Maybe you got a couple of ideas on potential travel options. Now, we're going to slide away from the fun, talk about a couple of recent happenings here. Well, specifically the bomb cyclone, which hit the West Coast. Real quick here. Let's go to the Associated Presses from yesterday. Whoops, it's the wrong one. So this is in Healdsburg, California, because as you can see, that water is way up there. I mean, just a few feet below that bridge. No sound in this video. Alright, let's go here. Sonoma County residents react to their evacuation.
I'm gathering my belongings and I'm looking over at our driveway, and the water is coming up so fast, and I look at my boyfriend, I'm like, we have to get out of here, like right now. This time it just came up so fast, it didn't give us much time to help other people.
So this was record-setting rainfall totals for 3 days here in Sonoma County. You know, that we have never seen this kind of thing in anybody's recorded experience, and certainly.
Yep. Whoops! I just clicked the wrong thing. Oh, you bastards!
The Israeli settlement of Shiloh is perched in the highlands of the.
How dare you? What was I saying? I was going to say something just now. I clicked the wrong video, and it's killed my vibe. What was I saying? What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so this is all being caused by that bomb cyclone, and well, in fact, a atmospheric river, which we have now started calling sky rivers, as a scientist put it that way for us, and I will be calling them sky rivers from now on. And eventually those sky rivers come down and become land rivers in places where there was none before. And stuff like that happens. Do we have more? Actually, we have one more video on the Sonoma County floods. And I think we'll go to the northeast after that real quick to look at what's been happening with the storms over there. Well,
good evening.
Yeah.
Hopefully you enjoyed the break in the rain today, because it's not going to last too long. Certainly not enough time for severely flooded parts of the North Bay to dry out. 3 days of heavy rain hit Sonoma County hard.
And tonight we've learned the storm has turned deadly. At least one person has died after apparently driving into floodwaters. NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord is in Sonoma County, where people were bracing for more wet weather.
while we've got a break in the rain, Sonoma County is still having to contend with flooded driveways, soaked in grounds, and flooded roads like this one.
After 3 days of heavy rain in the North Bay, water is coursing through an overflowing Russian River.
It's concerning, and it's amazing how much rain we got in so little time.
Some people even using kayaks to navigate floodwaters in Guerneville. Nearby, close to Highway 116 and Mays Canyon Road, a car was spotted in a flooded roadway Saturday morning.
The person called in saying they could see that the vehicle was bobbing in the water and that there was a person inside the vehicle.
First responders recovered the man who was in that car, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. In Santa Rosa, firefighters pulled another man's body from Piner Creek, though police say it's not clear if his death was storm-related. Sonoma County residents are used to flooding, but several tell us this storm caught them by surprise. Bruce.
Okay. But yeah, like they were mentioning at the beginning there's another storm system that is coming very soon. While this has all been happening, on the Northeast has been also being hit.
Tonight, parts of the West Coast underwater as another round of unrelenting rain and heavy snow hit states from California to Colorado.
We're always on alert. Came up much faster than I've ever seen.
The record-setting system swelling rivers and triggering mudslides. In Sonoma County, California, floodwaters forcing rescues. Authorities say one person was found dead in a car this morning.
You see water, turn around, there's always another way you can go.
Across wine country, some vineyard fields completely washed out. NBC News meteorologist Chase Kane is there.
Here in Northern California, they got 5 months worth of rain in just 4 days. That sent the Russian River spilling out of its banks and flooding this RV park and mobile home community. And some people weren't able to get there.
Yeah, and we've been watching the Russian River, actually, which has been rising slowly. They weren't concerned for a while about it overflowing and then suddenly burst its banks.
Vehicles and homes out of the way in time.
In Washington state, customers warned some will be in the dark until Monday after storms with hurricane-force winds earlier this week knocked out power to more than 100,000 people. On the other side of the country, New Jersey digging out from one of its largest November snowstorms in history, previewing more severe weather expected for the week of Thanksgiving.
And Wednesday is the day that we are concerned about it.
A new system that could sweep across the country, threatening snow, strong storms, and heavy rain. A forecast set to clash with the nearly 80 million people expected to get away for Thanksgiving.
So do remember that as well, if you are planning on traveling for Thanksgiving. As we've been talking about, not only is there going to be a ton of people traveling, it's also going to be some very inclement weather. Could cause some complications. Now let's go back to the West Coast and talk about this. We talked about salmon yesterday in California, and now we're going to talk about salmon again. As it seems like the salmon are just having a great week, banner week for the salmon.
New project in Enumclaw is making some waves by helping salmon spawn. King County recently completed a culvert replacement project in that area to help spawning salmon. Before the project, salmon couldn't get upstream because of a blockage. Experts say it was because of either a culvert or a pipe. Now they say the new project is a success, allowing species like chum salmon to return and lay eggs in a small creek.
Now that is more of a natural stream, the salmon can swim upstream and access that habitat and spawn, and then, as like all Pacific salmon, they will die and provide nutrients for the baby salmon that will hatch in several months.
That project cost around $1.7 million.
Worth it.
Here is an unexpected result of this week's atmospheric river. Chinook salmon spotted in big numbers in South Bay creeks. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau reports from Campbell with a look at why it's such a promising sign.
I
I'm here just a couple of blocks from downtown Campbell, where these salmon have become quite an attraction, with people pulling over in their cars or even on their bikes to take pictures of the tenacious fish.
Oh! This Chinook salmon is trying desperately to make his way up Los Gatos Creek, something you don't always see in a metropolitan area.
I was driving by on Campbell Avenue and I saw people standing at the bridge, parked and came over to see what they were seeing. I love it. I love what I'm seeing. I love the fact the salmon are here. I love the fact that people are excited about it.
The salmon weren't hard to spot. Some of them were more than 45 inches long.
We're looking at the fish swimming up the stream here, and they're jumping up over this kind of like waterfall sort of thing, and they're really big, and they're like this big, and they have like red bottoms. It's really cool.
Volunteers with the South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition say in some areas of the creek where they usually only see 3 to 6 salmon, they spotted 30.
In the last 11 years that we've been doing this, I've never seen this many fish, so we're super excited because this could be that time where we're starting to see the fish take on and increase their numbers significantly.
What he's not excited about is that despite volunteers posting no fishing signs, people are still trying to catch the salmon.
What we're trying to do is just educate the public that you cannot be fishing now. It's a no fishing time. So we put up signs throughout the Los Gatos Creek area and on the main stem of the Guadalupe, and still we're having people that are coming in and poaching the fish.
He says one person even made a makeshift spear.
Come on.
While others use shopping carts to try to catch the salmon. But most people
respect the fish. Respect the salmon. For the love of God and all things holy.
Taking photos as they watch the salmon desperately try to jump several feet up this mini waterfall.
You can hear the crowd cheer when one makes it.
Oh, that was nice. A lesson in determination and perseverance from a fish. The South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition is working on a project to help make it easier for these salmon to swim upstream in this area in the future.
Okay. What just happened? Did I just click another freaking end card? Is that a joke? They have got to stop doing this to me. I swear to God. This is the most annoying thing ever. There should be a way to completely do this without...
And
I know there's a way to do it with extensions,
week, a hotel strike in San Francisco
hey,
just got... And as we head into the holiday week, a hotel strike in San
down,
Francisco...
Pal. This is a way to do it with an extension. I can't do it on this one. Oh my God.
Here is an unexpected result of this week's atmospheric river. Chinook salmon spotted in big numbers in South Bay Creeks. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau reports from Campbell with a look.
Okay, I think I fixed it. What's next? Ah, yes. Stay in the water, but let's talk beavers.
A Canadian beaver family has created their own watery kingdom. They've built the biggest beaver dam the world has ever seen. The walls are not very tall, but the structure is more than twice as long as the Hoover Dam. It is so massive that it can even be seen from space. Back in 2007, researchers found the Beaver Dam by coincidence while analyzing satellite images. Today, scientists are intentionally on the lookout for beaver dams. The rodents...
If you didn't figure it out, I mean, I can tell myself, this is incredibly on brand. I mean, beaver dams that you can see from space, that's right up my alley, okay?
Work even grabbed the attention of NASA, because these dams seem to have a huge impact on the landscape. But how is it that little rodents with a fondness for wooden sticks can have such an influence? Are they really rewilding areas just by doing their thing? And in what sense is their engineering work important for us humans? Beavers are capable of impressive architectural work when humans aren't holding them back. That's what beaver researchers suspected for many years. In 2023, NASA stepped in and teamed up with them to finally measure the impact of beavers on their surroundings. The team started tracking how beavers transformed the landscape. Their research started
Beaver
in Idaho.
area,
A
no beaver
significantly
area.
high number of beavers live here.
It's very
and there's a
specific.
special reason for that. A few hundred years ago, beavers were nearly extinct all over North America. Humans had hunted them for their fur and castoreum, until the species was left in only a few places. One of them was Idaho. But here, the beavers also came into conflict with settlers. In 1948, the Idaho Fish and Game Department decided to relocate them to remote areas instead of killing them.
A load of beaver for the mountain.
76 beavers were put into wooden boxes and relocated by parachute to the Chamberlain Basin. The adventure went well.
Parachuting
all
beavers.
but one of them had a safe landing.
Now into the air and down they swing.
Back then, nobody knew how huge the beaver's impact would be.
And a most unusual and novel trip ends for Mr. Beaver.
Arguably the greatest work of
Today,
nonfiction of the
more than
20th century.
75 years later, NASA analysts can see the effect of all those parachuted beavers. Shortly after the translocation, something remarkable happened to those remote areas. The beavers transported there had started building dams, breeding, and storing food. The areas became lusher and greener than the neighboring land. Bog Creek, which received many animal packages from the sky, became so verdant that the greenery clearly stood out from space. Satellite imagery shows that in 2018, during massive forest fires, these beaver-rich areas were resilient. Beavers turned out to be efficient mini firefighters.
Areas. That's my favorite sentence of all time. Beaver-rich areas. We have an embarrassment of beavers. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, you know, make you feel bad about how many beavers I have over here. Just sort of rich in beavers.
Studies also showed that the beaver presence boosted the diversity of plants by 1/3. So, in a nutshell, beavers make their natural surroundings more resilient just by doing what they do best, building dams. It might look like beavers are trying to put their dams everywhere, but in fact, they are very choosy about where they build. Following the sound of running water, a beaver will search heavily wooded areas to find a medium-sized stream that's not too steep or too deep. Then it combines vegetation, mud, and sticks to create a bank along the stream's edge. Using its teeth, which are 3 times stronger than those of any other mammal this size, the beaver chews nearby logs into sturdy sticks, rolls them into the water, and spikes them into the mudbed.
Beavers are truly an incredible animal. Gotta say. Love the beavers. You know, there's something about them. I don't know exactly where to put my finger on it. Maybe it's that they build themselves little homes and they also help improve the environment around them.
Everything is anchored with
as
heavy
well as
rocks
being incredibly
that the beaver
cute.
brings to the site. The larger
Look,
the
he made a
dam,
little walkway.
the larger the beaver's territory. Beaver dams come in several shapes and sizes, but none of them stops the water entirely. They all just slow it down. The water eventually finds its way around the sticks and through the dams, so beaver dams change the water flow just enough for it to spread out, pool, soak the soil, and create wetlands. Remember the world's biggest beaver dam. The generation of beavers that maintain it have created a pond containing roughly 70,000 cubic meters of water. That's 1,600 hockey rinks of water.
Why are we measuring things in
And what's
hockey
the
rinks?
beaver's
Is it because we're in
reward for this
Canada?
hard work?
That's the most Canadian thing anyone's ever done. Can we measure beavers in hockey rinks, please? Or will you get what I'm saying?
Converting a stream into a pond, beavers are creating the perfect surroundings for their family. Their webbed hind feet and flattened tails serve as efficient paddles and rudders, which makes them way faster in water than on land. So, a deeper water course means that the animals can move more efficiently. Deeper water means also more safety for their family and their house. Beavers don't live inside their dams. Dams are more like their workplace. Their actual home is the Beaver Lodge, which is located behind the dam. Beaver lodges may look like a mess of sticks and logs, but they are complex and well structured. The entrances are underwater to keep young ones safe from predators. Above is a suite of rooms.
They're so cute.
There's a mud room where they can dry off, a family room where they eat and sleep. The roof is kept loose to let in fresh air. And as a finishing touch, they excavate the mud from the shore of the site so that their home will be totally surrounded by water.
I love how this chapter is labeled Cute Baby Beaver. They nailed it. Nailed it. Yes, you're right. This chapter should be labeled Cute Baby Beavers. Okay. Alright. I'm sorry, folks, but I gotta rip you away from beavers to talk about other things. Can't just talk beavers all day, okay, people? A lot of other stuff going on. Gotta keep it diverse. Content DEI, okay? Gotta get the equity and inclusion of all content. Now let's talk birds. Specifically pigeons.
The pigeon nest started with me finding a little baby pigeon. There seemed to be a big need for these little underdogs. Our mission at the pigeon nest is primarily to help domestic pigeons that are lost or dumped, but we do take in ferals as well. A lot of what I do is educating people. Hundreds of years ago, they were bred to do unique things like tumble in the air, rolling or racing. Pigeons are very intelligent birds, and their personalities vary from bird to bird. They mate for life, they share the nest, and if the pigeon husband is late to sit on the nest, the pigeon wife will actually get mad at them for being late. They like to play around with things, they like to make toys. They also like to bathe every day. So the stereotype that they're very dirty and stuff like that is really just a reflection of where they're staying in the city. The pigeons that we see in our cities are domestic birds, so they live in a wild state, but they actually rely on humans 100%. Once they find a place where they're fed, they will...
You know, it's a weird vibe, right? Because, like, you know, when she puts it like that, it makes you think of them almost like dogs, right? They were domesticated at one point, and then we're like, you know what? We figured out easier ways to get people messages and all this other stuff, and, you know, we don't need you anymore. Thank you for your service.
Continue to come there. They often can remember the individuals who fed them because they have very high intelligence. Pigeons are granivores. They prefer seed over protein, like bugs or berries. Generally speaking, their droppings in the public are actually very messy and stuff, but that's because what they're eating is very unhealthy for them. Ideally, I would like to see if people are feeding pigeons outside that they stick to seed. Mold is no good.
Yeah, people, stop feeding birds anything but seeds, okay? They're not supposed to be eating old moldy bread. Silly.
That's too much, man!
I don't know, but historically birds haven't made bread for themselves, so it's not really intended to be in their diet. Okay, now let's talk about something that's probably gonna come up in the near future. That being oil production in the United States. Here's DW News from Germany from a couple days ago. On the story.
This is the epicenter of oil. West Texas.
Oh, wow.
The United States is currently producing
Love
more
it.
oil
It's a
than
great-
anywhere in history, and doing so despite its pledge.
Wow. Of course, you need that. You know, because, you know, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you also throw that in there? I mean, come on. Might as well.
The United States is currently producing more oil than anywhere in history, and doing so despite its pledge to reduce emissions.
It's being pumped right here from deep underground and sent across the country and around the world.
Even though their statements may differ.
And we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To renewable energy, to wind and solar.
All recent U.S. governments have pursued policies of drilling more oil. Proponents say it's good business, that it creates a lot of jobs and keeps living costs low for taxpayers, and that it's important for securing U.S. energy independence.
I'm here to see what's going on at the center of it all.
And to find out whether those claims are true. And what I found? A whole lot of pickup trucks, a situation more complicated than I'd ever imagined.
Oh, look! Yeah, I'm kind of scared of these things.
And a quiet problem that some claim could bankrupt the industry.
Let's hope so.
It was unseasonably hot on the drive to West Texas, close to the New Mexico border. Random oil wells in use and abandoned dotted the landscape.
Ah, look, there's some right there.
In August of 2024, Texas produced around 5 million barrels of oil per day, about the production capacity of Canada.
Nearly half the oil produced by the entire country comes from this state.
So, oil ripples throughout the entire economy here.
Where we're headed, the University of Texas owns millions of acres of land, and the more oil is pumped, the more it adds to its endowment.
Museums around the state also live from oil money. That's including the Petroleum Museum in the city of Midland, heart of oil country. Everything here sits on top of the Permian Basin, an oil field that stretches from West Texas to New Mexico.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. We don't have time for that. Skip that. Skip this shit. Yeah.
Another more complicated claim is that more drilling will mean U.S. energy independence. For raw crude oil to be used, it's often turned into petroleum products like gasoline. This is done in refineries around the country, many of which are in Texas. But most U.S. refineries were built before the fracking boom, which turns out a different type of oil. The last full-capacity refinery in the U.S. was built in 1977. This means a lot of fracked crude oil is exported, mostly to Europe and China. The U.S. then imports different oil, mostly from Canada. So the oil boom has...
This is so idiotic. Oh my god, the people that are claiming that this is somehow making us energy independent when we don't even have a way to refine it are idiots and morons and disingenuous assholes.
Decreased imports slightly, but the system isn't set up for the U.S. to wean itself off imports entirely. And more drilling doesn't directly equal lower prices, as proponents claim. Even though it does play a role, it's just one piece of a complicated global puzzle. Moreover, companies want the price of oil to be high. That way they can offer competitive salaries, invest in new infrastructure, and theoretically plug old wells.
That's just as important as drilling, because you have to...
I haven't heeded your request. I don't know what a request you asked. For, let's go here and talk about this. Because we've talked about what orphan wells are in the past, so I think people know what they are. I mean, they're just abandoned wells that, you know, companies gave up on. They stopped being profitable, so they stopped maintaining them. They're honestly an environmental hazard.
Hawk Dunlap is one person drawing attention to this issue. He fixes problematic wells for a living and noticed how big the problem with abandoned wells really was.
So this is a Chevron well that was plugged in 2010 by Chevron. We've excavated it right at about a month ago. So what you see here is the remnants of the well that's supposed to be plugged. As you can see, there's crude oil leaking outside of it. Good, right? This is crude oil, live crude. It's got gas in it. We tested the oil. It's also got produced water in it. And 2 years ago, we started digging up wells, and the first 7 we dug up were leaking. They were like this.
All of them?
The first 7 that we did.
Wow.
Since then, we've dug up on this ranch 100.
On
and
one
I
ranch.
would say 95 of them are leaking.
Jesus
and
Christ.
The other 5, I'm not for certain that they're not.
There are 8,375 unplugged wells on the.
The fact is, when it becomes too expensive for them, they'll just say, they'll claim that they're bankrupt. They'll, try and just socialize the cost, but we won't be seeing any of the profits from these oil companies, unfortunately. Unless we have politicians willing to do something about it. But, they're not taking care of these things at all. And hopefully someone will try and hold them accountable, force them to deal with these things. And as they get into during this documentary, that could, bankrupt the companies.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, now let's go. Let's go to. Do I do this right? How are we doing on time? All right. Let's go here to New York real quick to look at this NYCHA building, which just got a new state-of-the-art trash system. Ooh, fancy.
A new state-of-the-art trash system in a NYCHA building promises to tackle everything from rats to energy, even recycling. This is the first public housing building in the country to use this tech. Jesse Mitchell covers Harlem and takes us to the Polo Grounds Towers.
Here at the Polo Grounds Towers, throwing your household trash away still feels the same. The doors don't look any different, but what happens on the other side definitely is.
We're making air, fans turning.
A new vacuum-powered system uses suction to shoot trash from the 115 chutes, serving 3,800 people who live across the complex's 4 buildings.
They've been holding lobby meetings every month, talking to residents face-to-face, answering questions. We're actually changing the way that they do something as really we take for granted how menial just throwing garbage out is.
This system is the result of a 2016 sustainability agenda made possible through a housing and urban development deal that brought the city $500 million to bolster waste infrastructure. The project preserves current connections, retrofitting old receptacle areas and adding recycling rooms in each lobby.
We will be able to collect metal, glass, and plastic in this system, and it'll be the first pneumatic system to collect recycling in the United States ever.
Once the project is complete, it will handle 5.5 tons of trash daily in completely contained compartments.
Will increase.
It's pretty sweet, I think. Feels like it actually feels a little Futurama-esque, in the way that they have like the tube systems for people. But I think it's pretty cool. Hopefully they can continue to roll these systems out to help people deal with their trash more efficiently and, be dealing with recycling as well. Now let's go south to, what is this? I think this is Bolivia. BBC Earth Explorer. The largest mirror on Earth. What does that even mean?
What?
Salar de Uyuni, 4,000 square miles of salt flats. I was in southern Bolivia, starting this leg of my South American journey in one of the most remarkable landscapes on Earth.
You know what I'm doing here, people? Beaver dams you can see from space, salt flats you can see from the moon. Keeping it on brand today. Just pointing this out. Wow, I remember this was a long time ago. It was like yesterday when there was somebody in chat who was complaining about the lack of space stories. And now that I'm including a bunch of space adjacent stories, I'm seeing a bunch of complaints. It's wild. I think the brown is like, I think it might be rust from all the tools. Like just sitting in the salt. If they're like just doing this kind of mining here day in, day out, that would be my guess. Because as you can see, it's like pristine, sort of white everywhere else, and then over here it's just muddy brown color. All right. Now, we're going to stay in Bolivia, but discuss a current piece of news that happened earlier today. It's Associated Press from 9 hours ago. An area in Bolivia, the La Paz, was hit by rains after having months of drought, which triggered landslides in the area. This is some footage of people rescuing some people in the area here. Jesus Christ. Looks like they've literally pulled her out of some mud. Like literally like, oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Wait, go back. Did this whole hill come down? Today, the rain has not been intense. What has happened is that there has been a washing away of land. They've blocked the vaults that allow water to flow during the rains that cause the water to accumulate. What you're seeing is the product of the vault being blocked by these movements of soil. We are rescuing people. There are people who have been left on one side, the other side. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I think this was also in South America. I can't remember what this, I think this might be in Chile. I just thought this was insane. This is just wild to watch. This is a fire, I think, in Chile, and this is a POV from a firefighter. I just realized, I think it said where it is at the beginning, didn't it? I just thought it was crazy that this thing, like, to see this, like, up close and in such high definition. I just thought it was wild. By the end of it, they do actually put out the fire, so be at least, can be happy about that. Now let's go on to talk about the mixture of the natural world and the digital world. What that might tell us about the future, how it might be used to educate.
Deep in the heart of London's Natural History Museum, the exhibits are coming to life.
I'm surrounded by fireflies. Oh, wow.
Visions of Nature takes visitors to the year 2125 to see how the natural world is adapting to climate change and human behaviour.
When people think about museums, they often associate them with the past, maybe the present. The great thing about this exhibition and this experience is it gives us a chance to talk about the future and to present a view of the future. We've worked really, really closely with the museum scientists to make sure that that future is credible and is based on a scientific, rigorous process. And whilst none of us know what's going to happen in the future, you know, these are imagined scenarios, but they are scenarios based on current science, current thinking about what the really big challenges facing the planet are, but also what the most beneficial actions to try and address them are.
I'm eye to eye with a cuttlefish.
This is a mixed reality experience. Some of the exhibition is physically here, but the real stars come out when you look through Microsoft's HoloLens 2 headset.
The great thing about using technology in this way is that it allows you to encounter nature and encounter these species in a way that most of us, to be honest, are probably quite unlikely to experience in our lives. But by giving people the chance to encounter nature in that way, hopefully it can encourage us even more to think about the sort of positive actions that we can take.
That's a very optimistic view. I hope he's right.
Ecosystems to explore, from the Scottish Highlands to the deepest oceans. I'm just about to free this giant coconut crab from a bit of plastic that's got tangled in. Yes, there we go. Result. The coconut crab is the world's largest terrestrial invertebrate. What that means is whether they're born and they grow up in the water, they then move to land, and adult crabs can't actually swim and they can't go back into the ocean. It's a weird quirk of evolution. They're also absolutely enormous, and apparently their pincers are strong enough that they can crack coconuts. So I'm going to stay out of the way of this guy.
Okay. So yeah, British museums are trying to use technology to help people envision the future, to maybe make some environmental issues more easy to understand in a tactile way, perhaps for a younger audience. I think that older gentleman is maybe not the target of that message, but I thought it was cool. Certainly a good Sunday Funday story. Now let's go and talk about why trains are better than cars.
So the Victoria line can carry 10 times more people per hour than a 6-lane motorway.
Yes. Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's a point that people don't quite grasp. When I talk about railways being awesome, that's kind of what I mean. Like, nothing beats that. Nothing will beat that capacity. And that is an electrified railway. It's a clean railway. It's efficient. It's safe because we have a completely managed system. That's another advantage of railways, is that we've built all these safety systems to make sure they're safe. People go, oh, railways are so expensive. Well, because you get a system that's that much better.
If I was to ask you what the most efficient mode of transport is, you might say cars. After all, they're very efficient. You might say planes. They're very fast. But actually, the answer is trains. Not a particularly new mode of transport, but used on a regular basis by hundreds of millions of people around the world. They've been around in this country since the early 19th century. Today's guest is an authority on all things trains related. They're an engineer, they have a podcast, they are very much ensconced within the industry. I plan to ask everything from Hyperloop to whether or not we need HS2 to why do we keep on getting signal failures every time I'm coming into London. Gareth Dennis, thanks for joining us and welcome to Downstream.
Thanks for having me.
I've wanted to talk about trains for a really long time. And you're the right guy to talk to. You've got this new book out, How the Railways Will Fix the Future.
There it is.
With Repeater. Rediscovering the essential brilliance of the Iron Road. It's something, like I said, I want to talk about for a long time, and I've often pestered the RMT to speak to Mick Lynch, and they say, I mean, who else?
Absolutely, yeah. The fab guest.
And they say, well, we've not got any strike action on at the moment, blah, blah, blah. And I say, I want to talk about signalling failures.
What a nerd. Okay. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's like 2 hours long. We're going to hit some of the finer points, or I'm going to try to.
So the A66, right? No railway along there anymore. We know that current mobility patterns, that's a hugely busy route for HGVs, so for goods traffic moving up to Scotland from the northeast of England, very, very busy, huge amount of long-distance car traffic. actually what we need to do is, well, we know for net zero that we have to reduce overall car usage by 10-20% by 2050, kind of at the latest. Well, in which case we need a railway that will saturate some of that current mobility that's served by road. So it's not so much that we can't predict, we can predict. But the issue is that at the moment our processes we use to determine, basically our business case development processes, are hopelessly underestimating rail usage, just as they are much more oriented towards favouring road car projects, road projects. And so that's a challenge. And it's also a challenge because even just using the measurement tools we have to justify projects, which is basically time saved by people choosing one mode over another, is hopelessly inadequate for rail because it ignores all the other useful externalities like reducing congestion on the roads or reducing pollution or...
Yeah, and one thing that he mentions, actually, maybe I shouldn't have skipped ahead, because there's a few good points that he makes earlier on. It's such a long thing. I didn't want to bog us down, but I mean, he makes a good point that there's been, maybe I should, I take it back. I've unnecessarily jumped us ahead. We should just, I don't want to have to.
I want to talk about Hyperloop.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's all here. This way. So sorry, Mick. But let's have a cold open.
Let's do it.
Right? Has rail privatization been a failure? And if so, why?
Yes, it has, absolutely. There's a quick and short answer to that. And then there's a nice long answer. Often people rightly challenge the fact that, well, if privatisation has been such a failure, why have passenger numbers in the UK seemingly grown and grown? To which my response is kind of twofold. The first thing I say is, what's your x-axis doing? Because you need to just extend that back a little bit, because everyone shows the graph from the moment of privatisation and line go up. But if you actually extend the x-axis back to the mid-80s, very much in the midst of BR, British Rail, the state-owned big railway organised kind of organisation, the line had started going up in the mid-80s. When the early 90s recession happened, we'd had 10 years of Thatcher, living standards and people's money people had in their pocket dropped. There was a pretty hefty hit on ridership, and so there's a kind of a deceptive drop in the numbers, but it starts climbing again. But actually, the beginning of the upwards trend started in the mid-80s. It started when BR had kind of basically got itself together, worked out how do you run this modern railway thing, and they'd kind of got it working. So that's the first answer. The second answer is the macro effects far outweigh what we were doing in the railway. There's a bigger world out there, and the reality is that people just had a desire to move around by rail, and that started climbing. And the fun thing to do is to get the...
Why did it start climbing in the mid-80s?
Yeah, so increases in kind of living conditions and living standards and the way that incomes worked, shifts in the way that the kind of the types of industries or the lack of heavy industries that were happening in the UK. But even outside of London, rail travel was climbing quite dramatically. Birmingham's a really good example. They had really consistent, very high growth in Birmingham long before privatisation happened. They had the opening of the Cross City Line, and the ridership on that already started climbing. And that was very much a state railway condition. And that was happening across the country. So,
unfortunately, in the United States, it has always been a quasi-private industry, even if it was heavily funded in its conception, right? The funding of the railroads, like the initial construction of the railroads was, of course, maybe not, of course, maybe some people don't know this, but funded by the United States government, right? The land was basically granted to private corporations, and then they were funded by the sale of U.S. bonds. And yet they maintained private ownership, and still do to this day.
The bigger world out there. It's not that the railways went, we're going to do this thing and suddenly it's going to make ridership climb. Actually, rail managed to double its modal share since the mid-80s up to the mid-2010s. Because of macro effects of people just changing the way they wanted to travel, being more, the cost of driving, congestion being a downwards pressure on how much people drove. So actually, the bigger picture is there, and what you can do, what's quite fun, is get the rail ridership figures for Northern Ireland, which is still nationalised to this day, and compare them to the GB figures, if you like, of the privatised network, and the line pretty much does the same thing, showing that actually the macro effects are far bigger at play than ownership in this situation.
So privatization isn't responsible for more people using trains, but why was it bad? If the number of people or the share of people using trains is the same in Northern Ireland, where it's publicly owned, and it's the same in GB, where it's privately operated, what difference does it make?
Well, actually, we're reaping the rewards, if you like, of privatization right now, which is that for a while, privatization rode off the back of the fact that we had a railway that had everything turned down to maximum efficiency, minimum fat on the system. And the privatized railway was able to kind of bounce off that for a little while without really putting any additional capacity into the system. And the consequence of that is that right now in the UK, or in GB particularly, we have no more capacity. And our railway network is kind of creaking at the seams. It's getting increasingly expensive to maintain it.
Yeah, and the funding for more rail lines to help increase capacity. Well, that's it's the sort of thing that you would expect the government to do, right? And unfortunately, the United States has the same problem.
Keep running trains and indeed to try and squeeze any more trains out of the system, because there's no extra capacity, because we haven't really built any new railway. We haven't really expanded capacity. We've done lots of projects, huge amounts of projects. West Coast route modernisation was a major feature of the privatised railway era, which is where we did a huge amount of work on the West Coast main line between Euston and northwards, cost about 30 billion in kind of post-trust pounds. And yet, before that project was even finished, capacity had been absorbed. The demand has far outstripped our rate of capacity growth, and the challenge with having a privatised, and I suppose the more important word is fragmented industry that's unable to kind of talk to itself, to actually coordinate what it needs to do for the future, because all these different bits are competing with each other and kind of struggling to talk to each other, is that we haven't delivered that capacity for the future. We've kind of created this system of various rent seekers all kind of bouncing off each other, but none of them have really had the incentive of grow the railway.
It's such a frustrating paradigm that we're in right now, of this sort of ultra-capitalist system of competing oligarchs that don't really want to work with the government but need the government. Especially don't want to really serve the people, because they're the people they need the money from the most. So it's just such a shitty situation. Because we do need railways. We need them. We need more of them, because they're very efficient. They're much more efficient than cars, which we are using more and more of, have been for decades. And with people like Elon Musk coming into the government, wanting to add more cars, we're just going to, it's only going to get worse. Unless, I don't know, something crazy happens. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit. Watch a little bit more of this before we move on.
By the way, led kind of unofficially by Andy Burnham, who's sort of continuing to make a name for himself in, for example, the bus fare cap. He's held it down at £2. He has led the charge on developing this kind of regionally led contactless ticketing system. Well, they can't have that win. We need to have that win. So we're going to announce it as a thing instead. Well, that means we need to cancel their project, and we
despite
can announce
spending tens of millions.
Despite it, having progressed, having employed people, having been progressed so far and spent so many million quid. Yeah, absolutely.
That's honestly what it boils down to, a press release, you think?
I mean, okay, I'm oversimplifying here, but I suppose I'm using the Instagram thing as a bit of an analogy for the centralization of power. This mass, more than any other advanced economy, the UK is hyper-centralized into, well, let's face it, HM Treasury. And Treasury and central government really cannot, they are absolutely allergic to the idea of devolving, dropping power out. And this is a thread that runs through everything that's wrong with kind of our ability to deliver infrastructure, our ability to deliver policy change, our ability to deliver social care, is the centralization of power within Westminster, even to the point of like TfL London, rather, is an example of very successful devolution, right? And we've seen, particularly in the grant funding in the aftermath. Actually, it was before COVID when the grant was cut to TfL for whatever reason. They cut the grant funding.
Okay, all right. Now we could get into the weeds here in British transport for well, apparently multiple hours. But we're not going to do that. We're going to keep it moving. I think the point was made. And the problem is I didn't actually... I forgot that this video doesn't have chapters. Usually Navarra has chapters. They didn't do chapters for this video. And it's making me very hard for me to remember where things are. So we're just going to move forward. But we're going to stay in England and talk a current situation that's happening there. And really it's Wales that's getting hit the most from this. That being Storm Bert, which has struck the country over the last day. Let's go to Reuters here from 8 hours ago.
Yeah, it's like it's not something you ever think it happened to you. You see on the news, you know, it happens in Spain, globally, and then it happens to you, and it's like, oh, right, well, how do we handle it? And it's just, you know, some of them having a cuppa, some like me panicking, going away. It's just, yeah, everyone's got their own ways.
There's more footage.
Pontypridd was only under a yellow weather warning, but Storm Bert dumped more than 80% of November's expected rainfall in less than 48 hours. Jesus. Surpassing the record set by Storm Dennis in 2020 in some areas. It's been more than enough for the River Taff to burst its banks again, flooding up to 300 homes and commercial properties across the county.
We woke up in the middle of the morning to our neighbours knocking on the door saying to move our cars. And that's the first thing we did. It reached ankle height. I was a bit surprised, all of us, because we all signed up to the flood warning, and then like only halfway through evacuating, that's when it actually came.
We had a yellow warning yesterday when I was in work, and then I never heard nothing until the neighbour knocked on the door this morning, screaming. I just managed to move the one car, but that one, no. I think that's going to be a scrappy job, isn't it?
A major incident has been declared across South Wales, with standing water, fallen trees and landslips closing a number of roads. A footbridge being reconstructed after Storm Dennis was even washed away. Coupled with the melting snow, rising river levels have resulted in more than 100 flood warnings across the nation.
Damn, that is high.
Council leaders are alarmed they weren't given stronger warnings.
The Flood Forecasting Centre sent out guidance over the last...
So yeah, the warnings did not come in quick enough. It may be because this storm formed so quickly. A flood swept through parts of UK and Ireland on Sunday due to the severe weather caused by Storm Bret. In the small Welsh town, residents battled high water levels and volunteered in groups to help clear water from their homes and the streets.
We work closely with the environmental agency, and we also monitor river levels at the monitoring stations. So at the moment, it is the river levels are going down, which is positive. This will enable us to then pump the water, as you can see, back into the river system.
This dog is so cute. Seems very confused why he's in a boat. Okay. Wales is lovely. Well, yeah, I feel like it's more lovely when it's not underwater. Don't you think? Alright, now let's go to Portugal real quick, where locals, climbers and other sort of environmentalists are working to deal with an invasive species on their iconic sea cliffs.
We've been working to save and restore a very special place, full of wonderful species that exist nowhere else on Earth. And to do so, we've been resorting to some exciting technology, as well as some pretty extreme interventions.
The essence of this project is quite simple. We have these two super rare, narrow endemic plant species that grow only here, only on these cliffs, nowhere else on Earth. We have this vine here that twirls nicely over the native plants and also climbs the rocks of the sheer cliff faces. And this, which is a subsucculent shrub that can pretty much grow out of bare rock. It's really impressive. So both of these plants are amazing and wonderful in their own right, but they have a problem. They're being overrun by one of the worst invasive plant species at a global level, which is the ice plant. So our project, naturally, is to try to rip out this ice plant. And lucky for us, it's quite easy to rip it out, actually. It's pretty simple. You just pull and it comes out. But the problem is that we are working here. This is a pretty tricky environment to operate in. We've had to learn to use drones and AI to identify the areas with invasives so that we then can access them from the top of the cliff using ropes to rip them out and take them out for good. So in this video today, I want to catch you up on 2 years worth of progress on this project, and of course tell you all about this wonderful and often ignored cliff ecosystem.
These impressive cliffs are located here, just south of Lisbon. They're formed out of limestone, and in a coastline that faces west, they're quite uniquely facing the south, which traps the heat and creates a special microclimate.
It's always wonderfully warm down here, even on a foggy day like today. And it's actually November 19th today, and I'm wearing t-shirt and shorts. And at the top of the cliff, I had to wear a jacket. So this microclimate really checks out. But in addition to that, there's also the steepness of these cliffs, which essentially means that humans probably never fully transformed this area, which in our day and age is quite a rare thing.
As you can see in this shot here, the agricultural fields on the top never really extended all the way to the cliff areas. And part of this is because they are steep, but above all, this steepness leads to a terrible lack of soil.
And this sad, dry-looking soil might sound like a bad thing, but as with most things, it really depends on your perspective. So if you're an oak...
Yeah, and so there's a number of plants that take advantage of this climate that are now being snuffed out by the non-native ice plant. And while it is a beautiful plant and is edible as well, it's also repressing these poor native species, which, as he mentioned, only grow in this microclimate in Portugal. So they're doing whatever they can to try and keep it alive. Although it's a complicated process considering the treacherousness of the cliff. And it's just the sort of story, I mean, especially with the views and everything, that I felt like we should do on a Sunday fun day. It's honestly just freaking beautiful. Alright, now let's go to a different sort of beautiful thing, but this one is somewhat hostile as well. Let's go to Iceland.
Volcanic lava has engulfed the car park of a popular tourist destination in Iceland. The Blue Lagoon Spa was closed and evacuated last week as a fissure opened on the Reykjanes Peninsula with almost no notice. The volcanic area has roared back to life this year. This is its 7th eruption after 8 centuries dormant. A protective wall is expected to save the resort itself, as well as a nearby power plant. Magnus Tumi Guimundsson is a geophysics professor at Iceland University. Good morning, Magnus, from New Zealand.
I can't remember who it was that was telling me earlier this year to chill out about this volcano. I remember somebody in chat was like, "No, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. Stop being." And I was like, "Okay, maybe you're right." 6 months later, 7 eruptions later, it is taking over the spa and the surrounding area. Apparently,
you flew over the eruption to monitor it. What was that like to see it from above?
Yes, good morning. Well, you're getting a bit used to this. I've done this sort of more or less for all eruptions that have happened in the last 30 years in Iceland. And this is done for most of the eruptions that have been going on this year. But this one was, these are very spectacular events to see because these are very powerful eruptions in the beginning. They are sending up spectacular fire fountains, and this was a volcanic fissure, so that was about 3 kilometers long.
You know, like whenever I see lava like this, I have some weird, like, innate desire to like play with it, even though I know it's incredibly dangerous. Something about it. All right. Let's go a little bit south, east, southeast. Trying to think of where exactly Iceland is. Whatever. I think I'm right. Let's go down to the Netherlands and talk about something that I have been into for a long time. I've actually, well, we'll talk more about that in a second. But this is a community in the Netherlands which is attempting to utilize a particular form of architecture, which I think is something we should be considering for, you know, more broadly as a solution to some things, potentially. And this is this is a form of architecture I've found incredibly interesting for quite some time. It's called Earthships. And no, you can't take them into space, unfortunately.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to live in an eco-village? Over the last few days, we've been exploring 2 unique communities in the Netherlands, one inspired by the Earthship style of design, and the other embracing tiny house principles.
We spoke with community members from each village to learn more about their daily lives and discover how they constructed such beautiful, sustainable buildings. In this video, we'll show you how living in an eco-village can help you connect to the world around you through nature, community, clean water and air, and homegrown food. We are here in the Netherlands to explore.
So yeah, I just figured I'd let that before I get too far into it. But like I used to own. There's like a 3-book series that the creator of this form of architecture wrote. They're quite detailed and go into specifics on how to do all this stuff step by step, essentially, with like architectural drawings and blueprints. They're fascinating and incredibly detailed. I lent them to someone. I don't have them anymore, but I do have like copies of them on like a hard drive. Although, you know, it's not like I'm planning on building a community like this anytime soon necessarily. I just think it's a fascinating and a really compelling form of building.
Ways of living. And we're currently in the small town of Ulst, where a group of individuals from across the country have come together to build an Earthship-inspired community.
The idea for this community was conceived over 20 years ago, with 23 homes currently on this site, 12 of which are constructed using the traditional Earthship style, while 11 more use straw bale construction.
We're here to meet with Paul, who is one of the residents here, and he has kindly let us into his home.
This community is all about sustainability, self-sufficiency, and living in harmony with nature. Inspired by Earthship design principles, it's a shining example of how we can build and live differently.
We made some alterations to the Earthship concept. We put some houses in one row in order to save space, because building ground is very expensive in the Netherlands. Right. In contrary.
Now, one of the, I think, most interesting and compelling forms of this architecture, it isn't even necessarily its sort of inclusion of natural elements, but one of the things that I always found fascinating about it is that there was a huge focus on reusing industrial products, like essentially waste, as building materials, right? And utilizing them in a way that actually somehow improves building design. Things like old tires, old bottles and cans, just like all sorts of stuff. And people have, like, they have actually altered a number of different aspects I can see immediately on these themselves, which I mean is, I think, a great, you know, I think it's generally encouraged in this. If I recall correctly, I can't remember the name of the author right now off the top of my head, but you know, he, I think, encouraged people to you know, improvise with what is available, you know, industrially or whatever around them for these kinds of things, right? It's like, you know, you don't have tires, don't go out and start buying tires. That's the exact opposite of this whole thing. Find something else that might, you know, work equally as well. Or, you know, this is available.
The first Earthship home was designed and built in the 1970s by architect Michael Reynolds.
That's it, Michael
His
Reynolds.
goal for his home design was threefold. First, the home would use natural and recycled materials. Second, the house would be off-grid using natural energy resources like solar. And lastly, the home would be easy to build so that anyone, despite their experience, skills and knowledge, could build their own.
The journey for this community.
Okay, gonna pause it there. We're gonna move on. We could go on on this one for quite a while. My opinion, I mean, is a really awesome thing. Maybe we'll talk more Earthships on another day. Now let's go even further south to the Mediterranean. Is Soul Life here? Soul Life isn't here. Well, he's gonna miss what he asked for. He wanted to watch the other half of this video. And, well, we are gonna do it.
Just off the coast of Tuscany, there is a magical place at the bottom of the sea. These marble statues serve a purpose much greater than it might first appear. In fact, they are the front line of an ecological war zone between illegal fishing trawlers that are destroying the seafloor and one fisherman who stood up to protect the ocean he loves.
Well, I'm not gonna watch I'm just quickly gonna show you through the beginning. Then we're gonna go to the middle where we left off.
Italy, there's no shortage of beauty. The art, the food, the sense of community, it comes at you from every angle and fills your senses. But above all, there's the sea. Here in Talamone, the Mediterranean is at the heart of everything, and it's impossible not to lose yourself when you look out to the horizon. Beneath the waves, there was once a thriving ecosystem, nourished by underwater meadows of the seagrass Posidonia. This keystone species is so important that it was named after Poseidon, god of the sea. And here's why. Posidonia acts as the lungs of the Mediterranean, sucking up huge amounts of CO2, 15 times more than the same area of the Amazon rainforest. And in turn, it provides the sea with vital oxygen. So this rich environment is the perfect habitat, food, and nursery grounds for hundreds of creatures, and some that you wouldn't imagine in your wildest dreams. Scientists believe that Posidonia can live for more than 100,000 years, making it possibly the oldest organism on Earth. But suddenly, in a very short period of time, so much of that beautiful underwater world has vanished.
Yes, and that's because of deep sea trawling, fishermen using nets, dragging it along the bottom, destroying the ecosystem. But this guy, who he just was talking about, has a plan. Let's go here.
Ships drag weighted nets for kilometers along According to WWF, the Mediterranean is now on the verge of burnout because what was once an underwater paradise has become the most overfished sea in the world.
Bottom trawling is actually illegal.
Hold on.
So Paolo began a decades-long fight and became a vigilante ocean protector, searching the waters for illegal fishing boats and scaring off these dangerous characters with unorthodox methods.
Io attaccavo le barche col gommone, ma ho fermato le imbarcazioni, ho lanciato i razzi quelli di soccorso. Io attaccavo i pescherecci con lampeggiante della polizia. Io ho provato col filo spinato e le bombe sott'acqua e lì ho rischiato la vita perché mi volevano ammazzare.
But it just wasn't working. The boats kept coming and his activism was becoming dangerous. Paolo needed to find a better way. He knew by now that the only real way to stop them would need to be physical, a heavy barrier underwater that would rip the trawlers' nets and make it impossible to pass through without damage. But he also knew that he had to get the world to pay attention. And so Paolo came up with the most beautiful way of stopping the destruction. And we are going to help him.
And this is basically where we left off. They started building these statues.
The plan? Create art to protect the sea. We're commissioning huge marble sculptures to sink to the ocean floor and create an underwater museum that both sea creatures and humans will enjoy, attracting public attention to the issue and keeping trawlers away. A dedicated team is assembled around Paolo's inspiring idea in order to make it a reality. And the first step in this plan takes us to the origin of some of Italy's most beloved Renaissance artwork. This is Carrara, home to the marble that even produced Michelangelo's David. This stone formed over hundreds of millions of years from marine organisms that once swam in a prehistoric ocean, and now they're making their journey back to the sea. The marble itself was actually donated by the quarry, showing just how much support Paolo's vision has gathered in the region. So now we transport 5 blocks down the coast from Carrara to Talamone. This is a mammoth effort, with each of these blocks weighing up to 20 tons, and leads us to step.
Yeah, and those blocks of marble are not cheap either. Thankfully, they have been getting donations and like working with NGOs to be able to do this stuff.
2. And this is where Casa dei Pesci comes in. It means House of the Fish, and it's the organization that evolved out of Paolo's initiative. Together, we set up a 4-week workshop and invited artists from around the world to create 5 massive marble sculptures. And the Planet Wild community contributed over 20,000 euros to make it all happen. And once all the statues are finished, they're ready for the final and most spectacular part of this endeavor, step 3. And today is the day. Everything has been precisely planned and has to come off perfectly. We even have a team of Navy divers to assist the operation from the water. But we can already see that the plan is working because the BBC and other international media are here to tell the story, raising global awareness of the urgent situation. Now we can only hope that everything goes smoothly. If it does, these sculptures will be sunk one by one to the sea floor.
Spoiler alert. It works. And they get these statues down there, and they'll be protecting the ocean floor from illegal trawling. I'm sad Solik didn't get to watch it. He was all excited. And he wasn't here. Shocker. Alright. Now let's go to Ghana, a place that we talked about earlier this week where they're dealing with fast fashion waste. Some in Ghana are coming up with some unorthodox solutions for reusing this waste.
Over time, the fast fashion has really taken over as a dominant mode of production, which is characterized here in Cantamanto as higher volumes of lower quality goods, which means that from the All Foundation's research, of the 15 million garments we see coming in weekly, on average 40% will leave the market as waste.
So yeah, if you're not figuring out what they're doing, they are using the fabrics and repurposing that fabric into new clothing, right? Because there's been a lot of complaints when we were listening, because like much of this stuff is getting sold to Ghana as like mass, or just not even being sold necessarily, but trying to be resold to markets in Ghana for people to wear, and they don't want to do it, so they're trying to find ways to repurpose it rather than just letting it decompose and you know, just destroy their environment.
So instead of allowing it to cook our gardens and also landing into our beaches and our landfills, I tried to use it to create.
He's speaking English. Why is there? Why? I didn't even notice that they had, well, like when I first watched this, I didn't notice that they had the subtitles here. Dude speaking English.
Instead of allowing it to choke our gardens and also landing into our beaches and our landfills, I tried to use it to create something like a pant, a jacket or something, to repurpose it for us to use it again.
Pretty cool. I don't know if I'd rock that the blue one, but I might be down for the giant cape dealio that was going on with the. I guess it was almost like a kilt, but with pants. I don't know exactly how to describe that outfit. Okay. Now let's stay in Africa, but go to this is I'm trying to think. I cannot remember where this is. It's Nigeria. I can't remember. Anyway, let's go to this. Inside the food forest revolution.
There is a genius approach to tree planting that could literally change the world. So-called forest gardens are a natural solution to overcome poverty, drought, and desertification. And it's already being implemented by thousands of farmers in Senegal right now. These forests are not like any you have seen before. They mix trees with fruits and vegetables to create a biodiversity paradise. Naturally, we wanted to help, so we partnered with Trees for the Future to plant 40,000 trees and turn this barren land into these beautiful forest gardens that provide food to families, create a habitat to countless animals, and bring life to the wider ecosystem. How wide? Our trees are part of the Great Green Wall, an ambitious project to create a forest frontier all across sub-Saharan Africa. This wall of trees could stop further desert expansion, combat climate change, and even overcome poverty. Let's zoom in to show you how it's done and how the power of tree planting turned this into this. We're Planet Wild. Welcome to Mission 9. This is Senegal, home to 17 million people and a plethora of fascinating wildlife, from the tiniest insects to the most colorful and curious species, all the way up the food chain to some of the largest and most iconic mammals on the planet. And one way or the other, all of them depend on trees for a functioning ecosystem. Now, Senegal sits right in the Earth's tropical zone, where an abundance of sunlight can supercharge tree growth like in no other part of the globe. But in Senegal's tropical south, the landscape is red rather than green. Deforestation and unsustainable agriculture have degraded the soil in many places. To make things worse...
Okay, hold on. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but I want to look at what they're actually working on. Where's a good place? Yeah, let's...
and fields that many of us have gotten so used to. There's a reason why nature doesn't look like that. It's because the more diversity there is in an ecosystem, the more resilient it will naturally become, as different plants provide nutrients, water, shade, and shelter to each other. And that's why in permaculture, trees, shrubs, vegetables, fruits, and grains are all planted together. Here in Senegal, it all starts by planting a variety of dense and fast-growing pioneer trees around a plot of land to create protection from wind, sun, and storms for other plants to follow. This is called a living fence. Next, you place nitrogen-fixing trees at specific distances to make the soil fertile. Then you add fruit and nut trees, as well as vines and shrubs that all together create a cover of shade for the remaining topsoil. These papaya trees are only 2 years old and already 5 to 6 meters high. That is the power of the tropical sun.
So yeah, I think this is a super cool initiative that they are working on in Africa. Now, this particular method of growing is intended to work with the, the sub-Saharan sort of area and in sort of in that particular soil to help, do these things that need to be done in this particular biome. All right, let's go. I'm gonna skip this one. This one's insane. We don't have time for this. Even on Sunday Funday, we don't have time for this nonsense. We'll talk about this later. We'll do this next Sunday Funday. Let's go here to Palestine to talk about a...
Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are facing a growing number of attacks from Israeli settlers and violence from the IDF as the olive picking season approaches its peak. According to the UN, Palestinian farmers across this area are facing heightened risks because of access restrictions and also widespread settler attacks. That's severely undermining their livelihoods and exposing them to physical harm. Maura Davis reports now from the village of Safa in the West Bank.
Killed while picking olives on her own land. 59-year-old Hanan Abu Salame, a mother of 7 and grandmother of 14, was shot dead, according to all accounts, by an Israeli soldier in the northern part of the West Bank last month. The IDF says it's investigating the incident. Harvesting olives, an age-old ritual but an economic necessity for many Palestinians, is increasingly precarious. The UN says that farmers across the West Bank, internationally regarded as Palestinian land occupied by Israel, face heightened risks, like blocked roads and attacks by Israeli settlers.
Last year we couldn't even harvest our olives, except for a very small amount. And then the army came and threw the olives on the ground and ordered us to go home. Some people were even shot at, olive trees were cut down with saws. That's how we found them.
Now, of course, this isn't a climate change related issue. Of course, climate change is affecting growing seasons everywhere. But then, of course, in Palestine, you got, added problems when it comes to trying to, feed yourself from the land, unfortunately. Probably a reality most people are aware of, but I figured we would just cover it while we're covering all these other problems. Now let's stay close by and go to Azerbaijan, as the COP29 came to a deal yesterday. That being, I guess it was technically Sunday in Azerbaijan at that point. But this is Channel 4 News from 8 hours ago discussing that very deal.
For all the backslapping, the gavel came down on what was, by common consent, the most fractious, divisive and badly chaired climate summits of recent years. Petrostates, led by Saudi Arabia, widely accused of attempting to sabotage progress across the board. The hope is next year's hosts, Brazil, won't tolerate the failings here of Azerbaijan. True, the amount of money, in theory, from rich countries to poor to combat climate change has trebled to $300 billion a year. True, too, this is a basis for more private financing, but nobody knows quite how. And it's nowhere near what scientists say we need, and has left campaigners and scores of nations, frankly, livid.
$300 billion till 2035 is a joke. And it's not something we should take lightly. I do not think it's something we should clap our hands and force us to take it.
This document is nothing more than an optical illusion.
Yeah, because remember, like she said, this money's supposed to go out until 2035. So for you take that 300 billion, you divide it by 11 years, so that's less than $30 billion a year, from all of the most developed nations in the world. So it is definitely a fuck you, especially from countries like the United States, which has, I think, as we confirmed, a GDP of nearly $30 trillion a year. It's 27 for 2030, not 2030. 27 trillion for 2023. You don't have the numbers for 2024 yet, but yeah. What's 30 billion in 27 trillion?
This, in our opinion, will not address the enormity of the challenge we all face.
That left key negotiators putting their best gloss on matters.
In my view, COP29 will be remembered as the start of a new era for climate finance. We're tripling the 100 billion goal, and we feel it is ambitious, it is needed, it is realistic, and it is achievable.
This new finance goal is an insurance policy for humanity. Amid worsening climate impacts hitting every country. But like any insurance policy, it only works if premiums are paid in full and on time.
Okay, good.
So where's the hope here?
So that happens,
well, not in the windowless caverns of this summit for sure. But away from here, $11 trillion or so of finance is now going into wind and solar all around our world. Business knows where you can get rich and for once benefit the planet. Every solar panel, electric vehicle, wind farm, a nail in the fossil fuel coffin, the cause of the crisis.
Yeah. And as you can see at the beginning of that video, all of the developing nations and the nations who are being affected by this as much, some of them aren't developing so much as just being destroyed, are pretty upset about this number. Here, now, let's try and have some fun while we're at COP29. Let's play a little game called Climate Change. Literally.
It's kind of a strange thing to think about, like trying to play a game about climate change for fun. The idea was if you played the game, you would come to understand the problem and its solutions a lot better. For me, climate was like this nebulous, too big problem that kind of led.
What's fun about it is if you play long enough, at some point, the countries that go underwater on the board might also go underwater in the real life.
A lot of like feelings of doom and gloom. And by playing it, you come to understand the magnitude of the problem, the diversity of the solutions, the nature of the problems.
I feel like this setup is supposed to kind of resemble the high-level negotiations going on because I think it's quite uncommon to be in a position where you're kind of representing all of the world. An extra card.
It's a cooperative game. It's meant for the people to actually work together. If you don't do it, you'll lose. The great thing about
well, that is a good message. I will at least give them that much. You know? Because that's a real thing. If we don't work together, we're fucked. And we won't win the game of survival. You know what complicates survival? The sinkholes. Let's go to Turkey.
They appear suddenly, and they just keep coming. Circular sinkholes, some 20 meters deep and 40 meters wide. a deadly trap for humans and animals. Here in the central Anatolian region of Konya, they're appearing ever closer to villages and farms, including on Fatih's 6 farm. In summer, the earth of one of his beet fields suddenly opened up, 100 meters from his home.
That day, I truly believed the apocalypse had arrived. While the muezzin was calling to prayer, there was a thumping noise from below. We didn't understand where it was coming from. Then I saw the ground open up, and a fountain of water shot up into the air.
Experts from the University of Konya have come to examine and measure the hole. They can hardly keep up with their work. There are now over 2,500 holes in this area alone. For geologist Fethullah Arık, sinkholes like this are nothing new for the region.
We've been observing a massive drop in the groundwater level here ever since the early 2000s. It's caused by drought, climate change, and excessive irrigation of fields. Back then, the level would sink by half a meter at most. Now, it's...
Yeah. Well, you know, we're not going to leave the topic of sinkholes. Let's just go to a different place.
Now, in southern China, scientists have discovered ancient forests with animals and plants they thought were extinct in several sinkholes hidden deep in the mountains. The sinkholes, or heavenly pits in Mandarin, have formed over tens of thousands of years and only recently became visible when the land collapsed, revealing steep limestone cliffs and caves. They're now being explored with the help of local mountaineers, as our China correspondent Laura Bicker has been finding out. She went to meet some of them.
Beneath the cloud, hidden deep in the mountain, scientists have discovered a lost world. The ancient forests in China's sinkholes are a haven for rare plants. And the caves harbour species researchers have never seen before. Fege from the nearby village led scientists here. He used to think the sinkholes were haunted by demons. As we venture deeper, we do notice we're being watched.
We often find new things here and we ask the experts, what is this? And the experts say, we have studied this for decades and we have no idea.
Well, it seems like China's sinkholes are a lot cooler than Turkey's sinkholes right now, at least in this moment. Either way, I figured we would, you know, just do things that we probably wouldn't talk about necessarily. I don't know if random sinkholes are breaking news necessarily, but that's what Sunday FUNDAY is for. We just kind of hit everything possible. Honestly, I think it's kind of cool that they're finding never before seen species in sinkholes in China. Alright, now let's go here. Last environmental story of the day. In India.
Nilgiris is one of the oldest landmass in India. If you look at the land use changes in the region, it's just 200 years old. But in this 200 years, I think we have altered the local ecology to a large extent. Especially if you look at tea plantations in the Nilgiris, a lot of the environmentalists call them green deserts for a particular reason that it does not allow for native vegetation to kind of grow in the region, and it does have a negative impact in the region.
Over 70% of the landscape is now converted into plantations, and less than 10% of the native ecology remains. I work with restoring ecosystems back, and these are mostly montane ecosystems, which are shola grassland ecosystems. Around here, it's mostly tea, and the grasslands are locally extinct here. So we're trying to create grassland patches in small patches, and the idea is that we can create connected corridors.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems like people all over the place are realizing that in many cases we've probably gone a little too far with the de-wilding and are attempting to rewild in many places and sort of undo some of the damage that we've done while still maintaining the things that we need. And I would say tea probably is on that list. I know I drink a shit ton of it. Alright, let's keep watching this.
These plant communities have this incredible capacity to support life, whether it's the way they grow or the way they build rich soils. And similarly, one very important aspect is how much water they conserve and release downstream.
It is important to restore the tea into kind of biodiverse regions, especially today because we are talking a lot about climate change. The impacts of climate change in the region is also a lot. A lot of the tea estates as well as other regions in Nilgiris are considered highly vulnerable to landslides.
Okay. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, and I mean, wow, what's up? What's happening? What's going on? Your fingers broken? Come on, like that stream, subscribe to the channel so you can get all the Galactic content at your beck and call. Once you're done doing those two things, do consider becoming a Galactic contributor by many of the at least one of the myriad ways we have available to you now, both YouTube and Twitch, monetized. Wait, where's my sounds? Here we go. We got Cash App and PayPal. My favorite. Patreon. That's what I'd suggest to you if you're not already contributing on Patreon. Best way to get the most galactic benefits for your dollars, and right now you can get those benefits for less than dollars. In fact, $1.50, I believe, is what the current price of those memberships are going for only another 5 or 6 days. They're pretty good, they're quick. Alright, chat, enjoy the space break, and I'll be right back. for the final half of the show. Coming in hot. Let's start off with some space news.
Back in the 1990s, astronomers started to see growing evidence that the universe was accelerating. We thought gravity would slow things down. It's like you throw up a ball, gravity is going to make it slow down and come back. And we thought that would happen to the expansion of the universe. We saw the opposite. It's if you throw up a ball and it kept going faster and faster. And we realized that dark energy associated with empty space, can drive this. So we've had evidence for dark energy, pretty convincing evidence that's out there for nearly 30 years, and it's been confirmed in a bunch of different ways. What we've been struggling to do is understand, what is this dark energy? Is it constant with time? Is it the cosmological constant that Einstein first talked about? Or is it something that's evolving with time, becoming stronger or weaker with time? And these observations are giving us hints about what's going on.
So that was a cool story.
More than 100 top space researchers are pushing.
I mean, whether that's going to affect us, certainly you and I are not going to be affected by this, okay? Unless you're planning to live for 1 million years. It's not expanding fast enough, even at the accelerating rate, to be even noticeable for humans. Certainly not on a lifespan basis. Let's now go to this. Yes, this is much more troubling than the expansion of the universe. This is the expansion of satellites in low Earth orbit.
New at 9 tonight, more than 100 top space researchers are pushing for the government to take a closer look at satellites like SpaceX's Starlink. As the space race continues, some scientists are concerned not enough is being done to regulate.
I'm sure that once Elon Musk is in office, he'll get right on regulating himself.
Race continues, some scientists are concerned not enough is being done to regulate what's already up there. Your Boulder County reporter, Sarah Habakowitz, shows us what an expert in Colorado has to say and how it impacts us on the ground.
This is a time-lapse Joe and Kimmy Randall took of the night sky in Buena Vista. Those lines aren't just stars.
You'll have a beautiful shot of stars, and then you have a great straight line that cuts right through the stars that show the satellites.
As more and more satellites get sent into Earth's orbit, they also show up in the Randall's photos.
Some of the photos have 20, 30 satellites in each shot, so that's almost not worth editing.
But the Randalls are in a tricky spot. They also work in IT, where they rely on those satellites as they install SpaceX's Starlinks for Coloradans.
Because we are up in the mountains, most of the people that are getting Starlink have never had internet.
It is driving.
So they're putting up the satellites while also complaining about the satellites. That's an interesting vibe. Okay.
Industry. And with that, there's a responsibility.
Scientists like Thomas Berger are pushing for that responsibility in space. Berger is a solar physicist at the University of Colorado Boulder.
There's great benefits both to communications and to global environmental monitoring. But again, the more we put up there without cleaning up the environment or figuring out how to better manage collision avoidance, the more risk there is.
And in the last few years, we've seen more satellites sent up than ever before.
We have this extremely large increase in the number of missions.
This graph is incredibly troubling. Look at how many more satellites have been launched in just 7 years. Like, it was more satellites combined than, like, you know what I mean? Like, from 1960 to 2010. And then 2010 to 2024, I mean, it's insane.
Something that makes a scientist sit up and pay attention. I mean, this has to have consequences.
Now racing to research how.
Yeah, space trash is just out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, I'm sure once Elon Musk is in the government, that will just come to an end, you know? Certainly won't ramp up. There's no way that happens.
I don't want reality.
Alright, let's try to have some fun. Let's go to Paris, where they are celebrating the holidays. Looks like Paris is getting ready for Christmas here. A lot of excited Parisian people, apparently. All right. Let's stay in the area. Actually, wait, no, this isn't. Well, this isn't France. This is Britain. Sorry, let's go to Britain now and talk fashion. Whoa, what just happened?
The fashion show, an exclusive event most of us glimpse only in the pages of a magazine or on our phones. In this exhibition, curated by Vogue, we get a spot in the front row of fashion history.
And it was through a fearless exploration of British history and sexual...
Designers, the show argues, don't just present collections, but a commentary on society, from Vivienne Westwood's Punk to Patrick Kelly, who put racist imagery on the runway to confront America's history. Choma Nadi, the head of British Vogue, says the best shows are pieces of theatre.
A great fashion show has you on the edge of your seat and there's like a visceral reaction. When I think about some of those McQueen shows like Voss, and that moment in one of the shows where Shalom Harlow is being spray painted by two robots, and you see it in this scale and it's incredible. It's definitely moving.
At the Savoy Hotel, London, a French fashion show by that foremost of French designers, Christian Dior.
The early fashion parades of the 1940s and 50s were strictly formal affairs, attended by royalty. Now shows are streamed globally, and influencers are as important as fashionistas. This is the catwalk as clickbait. In the world of content, brands spend spectacular sums on iconic moments.
It's pretty iconic, not gonna lie. Might be a little biased. As a lover of space. Yeah, there we go. Little fashion for you on this Sunday Fun Day. Now let's go to maybe some more pressing news. This is in Barcelona, where demonstrators are taking to the street to demand affordable housing.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Thousands of protesters in Barcelona demand lower housing and rental prices.
We are spending half of our wage in rent. In the last 10 years, the rental price has doubled. And this means that we work 8 hours a day, and 4 hours a day, we just work for our landlord. This must stop. We have tried to convince politicians to take severe measures. They're not doing it. So what we're saying today is it's over. If they don't decrease the rental price, we will do it.
I like that vibe. I like that. If they don't do it, we'll do it. A lot of people. This is a shame. We mustn't let things stay this way. Our children, my son included, are forced to move outside of Barcelona because unless they share the apartment with other people, they can't afford it. We, the tenants, are fed up with having half our wages stolen every month. So if rent prices don't go down, we will stop paying. We are making them wealthy. So if we stop paying them, their businesses will go down. I think it's very difficult to force owners, but I think it's possible to make prices go down to what they were a few years ago. It makes me cry. It's so upsetting. It is upsetting. I understand that. But it's okay. What you are all doing right now might work. It seems like a pretty good plan, actually. Just get everybody laughs in American only half the wage. Hey, but it's still a fair point. Maybe Americans should get a little bit more worked up over this, huh? Alright, we're gonna keep it fun. Let's go back to the fun. Although it's serious. This is serious fun, because this is a competition. Of course. To some degree. It's a very serious competition. What am I talking about? There's nothing funny about this. Or cute. Let's go to Rome. Italy. This is the Super Cat show of Rome, where these fluffy felines are competing for top prize. My God, that's a fluffy cat.
Il Supercat è una manifestazione fondamentale per questa città.
I don't speak
che è una
Spanish.
città
I mean,
fortemente
it's
cattolica,
Italian.
ed è una città che
I assume he's saying
sicuramente riesce a,
these
in
cats
questa
are
maniera,
great.
aiutare i gatti
I don't know if you've ever seen
randaggi,
cats like this,
perché le colonie
but
feline riescono a far adottare,
these
e
are
riesce a
the top of
divulgare
the
anche
line
campagne molto
cats,
importanti.
and
In questa edizione
it
in
is a
particolare
pleasure
abbiamo
to be
fatto,
in the
diciamo,
presence of
un
cats
grande
of
passo
this
avanti.
caliber.
Realizzato 3 campagne molto importanti in collaborazione appunto al Ministero della Salute, una sulla microchip,
I would pay $1
una sul
million
non abbandono degli animali e la terza molto
one of
importante,
these
siamo in
cats.
tema a breve, su un uso moderato dei fuochi
Sadly, I
d'artificio
don't
a
have $1
Capodanno, che per gli
million
animali sono un
euros
forte
handy.
stress.
I assume it's what he. Yes, you must hold the cat aloft. This way we can see it more clearly. Alright, I think this next one actually has the subtitles. I thought it would be fun to make up some of the subtitles for it. I like the translation better than what I made up. I mean, I thought I was funny, but the way he ended that with what he said was the most timely thing, and that being the use of New Year's Eve fireworks. Which, I mean, it's a great point. I mean, my God. Cats everywhere are being repressed by fireworks. Yeah, can't you see the look on this cat's face? He looks very, very, very concerned about what's coming in a month. I give it this ribbon. I don't know if you know, but this is a great ribbon.
People come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, well, there we go. Here's your feline news, and I think our only Italian news story of the day. Alright, now let's go to this. The unique undersea tunnels that link the Faroe Islands. In Denmark, I believe, is where the Faroe Islands are. Let's go to BBC Global. Talk about this fascinating construction project. The Atlantic Tunnel Builders.
If you take a tiny country like this, you'll not find so many tunnels as in the Faroe Islands. We started to dig the first tunnels back in the 60s, so today we have around 25 tunnels in the Faroe Islands. We're actually moving from where we were a group of islands to have one island where we all are connected. This one is actually the longest one. It is 10.8 kilometers long. Now we are in the Sunday tunnel. It's a subsea tunnel between Sandoy and Streymoy. We are standing at the deepest point in it. We are on minus 150 meters. We have removed about 1 million cubic meters of solid rock to go under the fjord.
Sandoy is one of the 18 islands in the Faroe Islands. The population is around 12 to 1,300 people.
It's been quite isolated. Sandoy seemed to be more like Faroe Islands used to be 15, 20 years ago. Of course, the tunnel will change that. It will be a part of the mainland.
Once the island's only link, the ferry has now been
A lot of
replaced.
people travel back and forth to the mainland because the jobs are in the main area. It can be very difficult in the wintertime because of the weather and the rough sea.
I feel like it would have been better if they had made this a railroad rather than for cars, but I'm sure they thought it through. Alright, now let's go on. Stay in Denmark and see how they're preparing for the festive season. Oh, thank God, Walt Disney, you say. Okay, cool. Alright, now let's go a little bit east. It's Sunday Funday. We're just gonna keep having fun. I don't care. Everybody's getting in the holiday spirit. We might as well. Budapest, Hungary. They look ready. I'm not seeing any clowns. I am on clown watch now, though. Are hot dogs Christmas food? Okay, this guy is bugging me. I think it's because he looks like he's about to try and sell me a Hyundai. Is it just me, or does he look like he's about to do a Christmas Hyundai commercial? Alright, we're done with this guy. Enough of Hungary. Have fun with Christmas, Hungary. Bah humbug. Alright. Now, let's go to Belarus, where there is no dictatorship. That's wow. Interesting. Who said that? Oh, President Lukashenko. Makes sense. Dictator, nobody believe me. There is no dictatorship in our country. There cannot be. There cannot be. Do you know why? Because in order to be dictator, you must have the levers of dictatorship. And what levers of dictatorship do I have? The Yanks stream them up. Dictator, and how do I dictate to America? Today, Trump, Biden, and others cannot dictate, which produces more than 30% of the world's GDP. Now, what's interesting about this claim is that President Lukashenko is the only president that Belarus has ever had. Since it became its own state, he has been the president. Nobody else. 30 years straight. I don't think I think it's not that far of a leap to go and say maybe you're a dictator. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Not ductator. He's saying dictator. It's different, spelled differently. Although I'm sure there's got to be at least a couple ductators out there in the world. You know, ducks with too high an opinion and goals of world domination, or at least certainly subverting their duck people. All right, let's go to Tbilisi in Georgia. This was from a couple days ago, as people in Georgia have been calling for new elections recently. And those calls have been, well, met some less than favorable responses by the police. Okay. Russia's not going to let Georgia join the EU. I mean, it doesn't seem like Georgia's only partially elected parliament's going to let them join the EU. I mean, whether or not that's on the orders of Vladimir Putin is hard to say for sure. Now let's go to China. Is this China? I think this was in China. Somebody broke the goddamn Guinness World Book record. A different Guinness record. We're gonna do 2 of those today. I just thought this was insane. This is from a month ago. If you haven't seen it, well, world's largest drone show. Here we go.
This is 10,197 drones taking to the sky. The record attempt took place at Shenzhen Bay Park by multi-Guinness World Record title holder Demode, a leading company in drone shows within China. Despite setting the record the week prior with 7,578 drones, Demode decided to attempt the record again with even more drones.
This is insane.
Every single drone in this attempt was controlled by one single computer.
The amount of coordination going on here,
was made to
I know it's
celebrate the
computer
75th National Day
done,
of
but it's
the
just
Republic of
insane to think about. And the results are just incredible. I mean, look at that thing. It looks like there's a literal spaceship in the sky. A 100 years ago, you see that, and you're like, oh god, the aliens are here. Let's go, honey. We're out of here. Honestly, might be better than fireworks. And it's certainly less damaging for the environment. Doesn't cause wildfires or excessive sort of pollution. All right. Now let's go here. I told you we'd try and talk about some interesting sorts of, you know, solutions to world and or, you know, not world problems, but problems. Let's go to Tokyo. To this architectural digest story about a man on a mission to make a very tiny move this forward. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. Let's see. Yeah. I'm just going past it. Like what he's walking on right there has, like this right here has like a bunch of storage. I think he did some really cool. Well, You know, maybe, not even maybe, as he said, he made it in mind for him and his wife, and I assume that they thought it through. Perhaps for you, you might put a bathroom somewhere else. All right. Now let's go on to the Middle East to round this all off. Let's go here to talk about what settlers hope Trump will do for them in their West Bank dreams.
The Israeli settlement of Shiloh is perched in the highlands of the occupied West Bank. Jewish settlements such as Shiloh have recently seen rapid expansion onto land claimed by Palestinians. And Jewish settlers are optimistic that incoming U.S. President
by
Donald
Palestinians
Trump will help them realize...
Listen to Reuters over here. Claimed by Palestinians, as if it's like, oh, they showed up at the same time. They both said they liked it. Come on.
Key goal: the annexation or absorption of the West Bank into Israel, despite Palestinian objections. Yisrael Medad is a Jewish Israeli activist who lives in Shiloh.
I think that we're still in the process of getting both the American administration, the United Nations, and other people to realize that our rights extend to Judea and Samaria, and eventually we will be able to have sovereignty here.
Since conquering the West Bank from Jordan in a 1967 war, Israel has not officially annexed the territory. And Palestinians, Israeli peace activists, and previous U.S. administrations have hoped the West Bank would one day become part of an independent Palestinian state alongside Israel. One Palestinian activist said the expansion of settlements had left Palestinian villages in the central West Bank surrounded. He said much of the expansion was happening without formal approval from the government, telling...
Or from literally anyone. It's just, I mean, I love how Reuters is trying to frame this. This is really fun.
Reuters, quote, areas across the center of the West Bank are under the control of settlers now. According to analysis from the Israeli non-government group Peace Now, which tracks settlement expansion, at least 43 new settler outposts have been established over the past year. That's compared with an average of under 7 a year since 1996.
All of which were still also illegal. Okay. Let's go to Lebanon. If you missed this yesterday, we're going to rewatch this one. This is wild. More strikes from Israel in Beirut. Devastation from this one is utterly just utterly unbelievable. So this is the footage of the strike from outside of it, from someone's balcony. This was afterwards when people were trying to assess it. Like I said yesterday, this shit just looks like ground fucking zero. This is unbelievable. And I use that comparison intentionally, because I do see this as being an act of terrorism. This is the middle of the capital of a UN Security Council country. It would be like attacking Washington, D.C.
هادي من جوا نفس الشارع خلينا نسمع بس
And what do you think the United States government would do if something like this happened? Oh, wait. We don't have to wonder. They went to war in the Middle East for a decade and a half. Remember that? Or however long it lasted, I can't remember. I mean, technically, we could say it lasted even longer than that. Depends on where you want to draw certain lines, I guess. Oh boy. Now this was another strike in Lebanon. This time it was a drone strike on a fucking beach. Just people, you know, trying to get some sun. Enjoy life. I assume. I guess they could have just been minding their own business, doing whatever. Still ongoing? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could you could certainly make the case for that. You could end it at the withdrawal in Afghanistan, or, you know, a certain, you know what I'm saying? Like, it all depends on where you want to draw the line. But I mean, yeah, especially if you consider how, I don't know, 98.5% of all of these drones and missiles we see Israel firing are paid for and provided by America. Shit is fucking horrifying. I'm not gonna make you watch the rest of that. It's just literally people carrying dead bodies, or at least dying people. Shortly after that, Israel was the recipient of some, you know, unusual attacks. I mean, well, unusual in the sense that they actually made it through Israel's Iron Dome and caused casualties in, I believe, multiple regions. Now, this is in Tel Aviv.
In Israel, medical teams say at least 3 people have been injured after rockets launched from Lebanon hit east of Tel Aviv. Videos show several cars gutted in fire. The Israeli army says it detected the launching of 30 missiles from Lebanon towards Haifa and the western Galilee. Some were intercepted. Noor Oudeh is joining us from the Jordanian capital Amman because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in the occupied West Bank and from inside Israel. Noor, what more are we learning at this hour?
Well, Darine, we know that since the early morning hours, we've seen a very large number of rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel. Some Israeli reports put that number at 150. All in all, about 10 Israelis have been reported injured, mostly light injuries in the Tel Aviv area, but also in Haifa and in Kfar Bloom. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for those attacks, and many observers say this is basically entrenching the equation that an Israeli strike in the heart of Beirut would be followed by a Hezbollah strike on the Tel Aviv area at the heart of Tel Aviv, which is
Seems like that's exactly what happened. Who could have... Wait. Never mind. I was gonna say who could have guessed, but you wouldn't have had to guess because they said exactly that. Weird. It's weird how that works. Now, in the last, I don't know, 12 hours, things have gotten even further out of hand. Let's, first, though, before we leave Israel, let's look at some more, footage of some of these, strikes that happened in the last 24 hours.
Tu vois comment tu as téléphoné, tu as vu à côté de Petah Tikva, mais ils ont dit Nadia.
This is in Haifa from 11 hours. Okay. I think that's all we have in Israel. Now let's go back to Lebanon because Israel decided that the response to the response to the response to the response was, I guess, worthy of another response. Now this response killed 17 people, including a mother and her 4 children. And clearly caused a great deal of destruction. I think this is actually footage of this strike that happened in the middle of the night. Jesus. I wonder if the Christians care about the fact that, you know, seems to be some churches in the area. Probably not. It's probably fine. The wrong kind of Christians. Let's go here. Second last video. Great job, everybody. Let's go to France 24 English from 10 hours ago. Lebanon, according to Joseph Borrell,
for his final trip as High Commissioner,
is on the brink of collapse. Perhaps not shocking to anybody.
Israel's government has approved sanctions on the country's oldest newspaper.
Whoops, sorry, I went to the wrong one.
Its
Go back.
communication
Hey.
minister says that the public... Israel's government...
No, this. Yeah.
For his final trip as High Commissioner, the EU's Josep Borrell chose Lebanon, a country he says is on the brink of collapse. After meeting Lebanese officials, Borrell reiterated his call for a ceasefire.
We must pressure the Israeli government and maintain the pressure in Hezbollah to accept the US proposal for a ceasefire. This proposal is pending with the final agreement with the Israeli government.
Borrell has also pledged €200 million to help the Lebanese army. Its deployment in large numbers along the southern border is a crucial point in truce talks. The ceasefire proposal paves the way for the withdrawal of Hezbollah and Israeli troops from southern Lebanon between the Litani River and the UN Blue Line. Lebanese troops would be tasked with patrolling the area along with UN peacekeepers. Whilst the Lebanese armed forces have stayed on the sidelines of the conflict so far, they've suffered hits. On Sunday,
Yeah, suffered hits. Interesting way to put it. More like Israel has literally targeted the military, even though they claim their beef is with Hezbollah. Alright, now let's go to the last story. Perhaps not shocking to anybody here. Israel, the only supposed democracy in the Middle East, is continuing its war against journalists. This time, thankfully, not literally, at least in the sense of killing them, but they are now claiming that the Israeli paper themselves, it's not Al Jazeera that they're claiming this time is a problem, but they are claiming Haaretz, the Israeli paper and journalism outfit, is essentially an anti-Israeli outfit somehow.
Israel's government has approved sanctions on the country's oldest newspaper, Haaretz. Its communication minister says that the publication hurts the legitimacy of the state of Israel and its, quote, right to defend itself. The decision came after...
The only people that are hurting the legitimacy of the state of Israel is Israel themselves and Benjamin Netanyahu at the helm of all of that right now.
And its, quote, right to defend itself. The decision came after Haaretz publisher Amos Shokin critiqued Netanyahu's treatment of Palestinian freedom fighters. Haaretz says the action is an attempt to silence a critical and independent newspaper. Let's bring in Gideon Levy, a columnist at the Haaretz newspaper. He joins me now from Tel Aviv. Gideon, who is Amos Shokin, the publisher of Haaretz, and what did he do exactly to anger the Israeli government?
Amos Shokin is the third generation of publishers who established and maintained this, as you said rightly, the oldest newspaper in Israel, and in many views the only newspaper in Israel. Because especially in this war, as you know, almost all the media outlets totally recruited themselves to the narrative of the government and the army and avoided the Israelis foreseeing Gaza, avoided Israel foreseeing the crimes in Gaza, and pleased or did anything possible to please the viewers and readership, while Haaretz tried to stick to the truth and to the full truth. The government decision of today created already, I must tell you, a wave of sympathy with the Haaretz from the other side, which is very encouraging, but it's a very bad message, both politically.
Yeah, it's an incredibly bad message. It's a horrible look, and it's the sort of thing that makes Israel look exactly like what it is. A non-democracy in the Middle East. A apartheid ethno-state currently waging a genocide and an illegal war on its neighbors. So yeah. You know, it's the sort of thing that a desperate government does. Claiming its own journalists are ruining their reputation rather than, I don't know, looking inward for 2 seconds. Well, I guess that's gonna be it. It's a pleasure having you on this Sunday FUNDAY. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo and Noah, Nadia, Jokey, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too. Just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Links in chat and in my bio.
Yes.